All right. Hello, all the beautiful people out there, and I guess the ugly ones too. Not you, just someone else. All right. Put this off a day because it's not even really my schedule; it's his schedule.
I had to go to the dentist.
Yeah, that's right. He's got facial paralysis now.
It's on this side of my face. A running theme will be
Your good side.
I'll slowly be feeling more and more pain on this side of my face as the Novocaine roll. Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, we got to play a game.
What?
So we have to play a game. We can't just talk to a blank screen.
We could actually.
I
Then I would just make the title a lie. Okay.
All right.
What?
Is this where you were?
I think I opened it once, but I didn't.
Hello, Retro Gamer. Hello, Double Q.
I may have opened the game again, but I haven't made any progress since then.
Okay.
Yeah, 344 and 87. Okay. Oh no, got some.
So I think the last thing you did.
Why am I lagging?
Was it lagging on stream?
Yep. You can see it over here.
I think the last thing you did, the major things you did were the trees laser, and you finished the quarry exception laser.
Okay.
So what's our laser count at right now?
That's a good question. Do you count that one? I haven't messed with that.
Well, yeah, I would count that one.
Alright, so just stare at the mountain and then +1?
Yep. But then there's some from the back. I don't know if we'll see those or not. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 from the back. And then 10 would be that. So I think we just have the town left. I think
What? That seems...
Can you think of a non-town laser that we haven't done?
Yeah, I guess I'll just have to see.
I'm glad we got that sky environmental. No, I think I think you can go back and cross over if you're trying to.
So this way, right?
No, I think you're right before there's
it
just a turn. Yeah.
I thought there was like something over here that like hits a dead end or something.
So I think you turn down to the right.
Go down here.
Man, the sound is so good in this. What's up, Ugatu? Hello, Sunny. Sinari. Sinani? So is that true? We're at 10? We could have done that one. That could be a done environmental puzzle.
Yeah, yep. How much did it trigger you?
Not that much.
You're lying.
I'm trying to think what would trigger me most about somebody playing this game. I don't know.
Please tell me.
I'll try and come up with something. I think what would trigger me most is somebody like telling someone how to do all the puzzle and like spoiling the rules for everyone. I think that would probably be what would make me most upset.
Yeah, see, I'm still counting only 9.
But then the Egyptians 10. And there's just 11 total. The reflecting one, that one.
Did I do this? I must have.
So we just have one laser left. We got town. How far we've come. Still only about halfway through the game. Maybe. There's a bunch of interesting statues on this. Maybe we should explore the statues. There's this guy who's like whipping a man who's carrying the puzzle boxes. What's that about?
Oh yeah, let's look at this.
He looks like pretty okay.
It's got
with the
everything on it.
situation. Oh, does it? Oh, yeah. That's really cool. It kind of makes sense. All the lasers are pointing to the same place.
You want to do this after the town? I mean,
I'm fine with either order.
I guess
we could.
Because this technically only requires 7 in order
Yes.
for you to go in here.
Yep. So that makes it kind of interesting for the speed run because you got to pick what 7 of your 11 you want to do.
Oh, well, okay. So like the any percent.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't notice that either.
Okay.
What other statues we got here? We got this one. This is a
Wait,
really.
is there a recording here?
Yeah, we did the one that's really long. We did
Okay.
that one here.
Okay, I don't
That's right by the base of the photographer,
Okay.
or I guess not photographer.
Does it light up differently?
Yeah, it's purple or pink. Oh, I don't think it distinguishes between whether or not you've played it or not, though. Sorry, that's not a photographer. That's like a
surveyor.
That's
Yeah.
it. So we have a
Survey
speaker.
person.
We have a surveyor. We have a person who maybe is being whipped by someone else, but he's kind of into it. We have a religious person maybe being yelled at by a woman, perhaps his wife, perhaps about to push him off a cliff.
She's gonna use the force here. Throw him off the cliff that way.
And see, this is like a burnt out developer, I think. Nobody has
What
like
is this?
a
Yeah,
little
this-
shovel.
Yeah.
And then there's like that. I've never noticed the kind of palette that these rocks are on. It's kind of like a quarry. It's like chipping out.
Oh, we got more of these.
Where else are those? Just by the riverbed, by the quarry.
Is that right? Is that where they're from?
Oh, Krizez asked you to kill him. That's nice.
I think we'll have a lot of volunteers. What? At least on the first my first time through the game. Oh, what's this?
Oh, mountain climber.
Mountain climber. Huh.
That would be such a hard sculpture to make / install. We're leaving already? Oh, you're checking out the climber. Okay.
It's still kind of far. It's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Well, what else is there here? I think I will. Oh, this guy.
Hammer dude.
Hammer dude.
There's not a statue that's a part of an environmental puzzle, is there?
Is he naked? What?
No, he's got pants on.
He's got pants on.
Shirt's off, dude. I don't know what this one's about. Like, is this... Oh yeah, that's another developer one by the pillar. Or it looks like just a computer developer. He also has a chisel. Is it like a metaphor for making
It's kind of
a game?
a missed equivalent, huh? Instead of writing books, it's just
Chisel away at
yeah.
the game that you're making. I don't know. Have we got those?
Pretty sure we did. Can always check. Yeah, I got both of them.
I think there's a black one too, since it's split in half.
A black one?
Yeah, the thing that in the very far back, that circle, it's like half white and half black. I think there's a black one as well.
Oh, there it is.
I don't know if it's so symmetric as if there's 2 black ones or not, but there's at least one.
Doesn't look too promising to me.
Just when you do an environmental puzzle, I never.
Yeah, yeah, they do.
Oh, they do?
They do that to. I remember seeing that at the windmill, especially, just because they actually get in the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's really interesting.
Oops, why am I just gonna do that? I remember that when doing the windmill, because it was, yeah, I think something goes, yeah, because that one goes right in front of it. So,
Oh.
yeah, so it just kind of gets that out of the way in some cases.
That's like such an edge case. I don't think I would have ever noticed.
Yep.
Huh.
Anything else up here? I kind of actually do want to go back and do the town.
Okay, we can do the town. This is actually a good starting point. You know, this is the crescendo. This is everything coming together. You know.
Yeah.
Kind of glad that we left the town for last.
Oh yeah, the town was definitely going to be last. Or is it more poetic to do it with the main part of the mountain with 10 and then I don't know. Or I guess 9.
That's a good point.
Now I got me thinking. Now I got me thinking.
I think we should do town.
All right. Okay.
We gotta complete all the first order puzzles.
I guess, but like the effect that it has, like on the, because there's like the panels or whatever blocking that line.
Yeah, I think you can do this, and I don't think it opens anything up or anything.
It's the wrong bridge.
Are there any other boxes besides all the ones we've seen so far? I guess we could look at the town one and see what's on that. Whenever we get up there.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a lot of things here.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of see that one.
That's one of the best puzzles in the game.
Yeah, so this puzzle's not possible the way we're seeing it now, I think, because you got 3.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Lauren.
Oh, Lauren's here.
We're streaming at an acceptable time.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is actually possible now. Hold on. I mean, it's been forever since I solved the town, and I've only done it once, so this is almost sort of a new thing for me. But we can get on the inside here.
So you should mention if you at least recognize like the rule type of these puzzles. Maybe.
The what?
Like, you know what rule type that puzzle is, or?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, it was kind of from the, what do we call it over here? This place? What do we call this place?
I called it like the Buddhist temple or something.
Buddhist
like
temple?
That.
Alright.
Lauren's playing Subnautica. I'm playing that game too. That game's great.
So yeah, I'm looking at that right there. Some sort of angle here. This junk. Got to open that one first. I might have to open this. It looks like this has some color filters. No, it doesn't. Maybe some color filters in there. I feel like I need a color filter to get that one to work. Then there's also this funny building. Which actually, this kind of looks like the keep. Kind of, sort of. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. I guess it comes out here. If all this crap wasn't in my way. We go 1, 2, 3 up here twice. I'm losing it. All right. I'm the slow kid. All right.
Sounds like people can talk about Subnautica until I figure out the puzzle.
1. What? Forgot what it did here. No, it did that, didn't it?
The game says yes. Oh, I was watching someone do a speed run. You know the part in the jungle where the thing flips up and you have to like go all the way around to do the puzzles? For the sound puzzles?
Yes.
If you're quick enough, you can run back before it flips up and then just solve them immediately. I don't know
if you're prepared.
Yeah, I don't know who would do that on their first or second or third playthrough, but
I still got a chance though, because this is my second run.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. No.
6 years from now, hopefully we'll remember.
6 years from now?
Mm-hmm.
That's even longer than the Stanley Parable requirement.
Yeah.
What is this building for?
Or do we gotta play 1 year from now and then 6 years? Maybe that's it. It's just
I don't think we always have to do
pattern-based decision making
based on Jonathan Blow's decisions. What is this from? Oh God, I vaguely remember this. I gotta follow these. What? So I just did a keep type puzzle. Now I can do a canyon type puzzle, I guess. Is that reasonable? Now I can do a tree type puzzle. No, maybe I can't. Not enough information.
Isn't that like such a great because like you see the chords or whatever at the beginning of the game and it's like they're using that in a different way now and then it's doing this puzzle now too. It's
well,
like
this is a different chord, right? Or maybe it comes out later, but I'm not using it right now. I guess it comes in. I guess it's the next chord, yeah. Oh, what the hell? It's like that. Where can I hedge this in any? No. Okay. Oh, now it's a tree puzzle.
It's like the greatest hits right now.
Yeah. Ah, there it is. Okay.
I like how it's in the shape of a windmill too. That's kind of cool. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
What is it on though? Like, what is it talking about? Okay, so you got. Is it like a pattern of broken branches or something?
Nice.
Oh.
This is a good puzzle too.
This is familiar.
This is. There's not many puzzle. I think this is the only puzzle that combines like the. Was it the hex lattice with the rectangular lattice?
Just kind of looking at how he's creating this. A little bit of that maybe? Or is it just all this? I guess it's just all that right there. What happened?
It's nuts how like they double use the sun for both like reflection and shadows, you know? Is anyone noticing like the stream that my shirt's changing color between like light and dark red? I don't know if I can get it to do it or not. Alright. It'll be an Easter egg for me.
So this links to that. It looks like there's... I vaguely recall something about how there was more than one thing. That's why I was kind of like looking at the back of this to see if it makes a new angle. Oh, damn, there's a desert thing. That is hard to see. Looks like there's something there. I really can't see what's going on at the end here. It looks like there's nothing here. It looks like there is something there.
It might be a different starting point.
I didn't realize there was more than one available. Oh, there is up here.
And there's one in the middle too.
Okay. I like how I was basically blind to all starting and end points except the ones needed for that first puzzle. Okay. That makes...
I want to talk about this puzzle after you solve it as well.
somewhat more sense. Just that one, or you need the third one too?
I think there's 3 chords.
Yeah, there's definitely 3. I'm just saying, you said you wanted to talk about it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw it.
Yeah, after all 3.
After all 3. Alright, so that was a desert type puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where this thing is.
Mm-hmm.
Ha. I'm distracted now.
I think I got it. With one of the cylinders closed. No.
What?
The eclipse. They were asking about the eclipse puzzle. Is it possible with one of the doors closed? I don't think it is. But isn't something like if you just do one puzzle, both of them open up? I can't remember. I know it is for the first set of doors, since there's just a window on the one side.
Yeah, that right there. Well, now you just made me feel dumb, so I don't.
I remember asking you, I sent a picture of one of the town puzzles a while ago when I was going through this game. And I couldn't figure out why I didn't get it, and just stupidly did not see a hexagon, one of the first ones that you have to go through.
I don't know why I'm not thinking about this correctly.
Is there anything forced?
I don't see anything forced, no. Because, like, I could go around like this, I could go around like this.
Can you?
I mean, I can see what the problems are, but that's, forced means, like, white, white, black, boom. Like, there's a line there,
Is it possible for the bottom two orange pieces to be separated?
I just run into problems just like everywhere else, though. If I do start doing that, I realize that I can't link this with that up there.
That's not the solution I was thinking of, but that was good. Because that was symmetric, I think. Yeah. Or, yeah, at least that way.
I will say, when I started rewatching, I know that it is different watching versus playing while everybody's watching, because when I was watching myself solve these things, I was seeing the things that you were seeing, like back in the quarry.
Yeah.
Like I would see those and not the ones I ultimately came up with.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Can I show you my solution on this?
Okay.
And it works two directions, but... And you can do it the other way too, where if you go around like this, you can go down and then around like that. I like your solution better though, because it's symmetric.
I just like it because I group all 4 of these together. What did I do? This way.
Other way, yeah. Yeah, I could go for some Doritos.
Don't you have food?
Yeah, I'm just saying that I could go for Doritos. So. Yeah, at some point, chat can watch me eat on the right side of my face.
I can see it too.
Yeah.
So. All right. So the reason why we even went over here in the first place was I was just trying to see
Oh yeah, this puzzle.
what the hell I could do around this thing, and I don't know of any other angles. And I'm not seeing like a way of this. This does look like it can, pivot one way or another.
Flower in the fireplace. That's the significance of this building, apparently.
I was gonna ask if you.
I don't know the significance of this building.
Okay.
I know you can go on the roof of it, I think, but... I've got 2 claims to have a hint for the puzzle there. I'd say give him a couple more minutes.
Because it's clearly based on everyone's patience and behavior. It's something that I don't have to wait till later to do. Wait, I can walk out here. There we go. I did not notice this passage.
Alright, so now I can talk about the puzzle. Like, so there's 3 different solutions for the puzzle, and they're kind of like at 3 different levels. Like, there's one's a reflection, so it's like kind of what it reminded me of is my art teacher in high school would talk about whenever you paint like water, there's 3 things you have to consider, like the reflection of the water, like the actual surface, like if there's leaves and stuff on that, and then kind of like what's beneath the water. And this puzzle kind of has the same sort of thing going on, where one solution involves something that's outside of the puzzle, then you have to like look through it. One's like on the surface of it with like the light and the shadows, and then one you have to like look beneath and see the reflection. It's kind of cool. Don't know if it's intentional or not.
Is that what it did?
And then there's 3 lights that the puzzles go off to, right? And so it's the 3... I think it's the 3 lights that correspond to the... like the areas or whatever, but... I guess the orange is the reflection one. The red one is the Buddhist one where you look through. And then... what was the color of the shadow one? It's the light green.
You asking me something?
Yeah, I was just looking at the 3 different laser paths. Oh, okay. Yeah. So light green for the shadow one.
Yeah.
Red for the Buddhist and orange for the... what's it called? The, like the Egyptian one or whatever, the reflections. Does that actually make white light? Green, red, and orange?
Doesn't sound like it would, but I don't know. All right, I'm gonna finally go back up
I
here.
need blue.
Oh, I remember this. Oh, I also got this. Oh, I don't have this. I remember what I need to do. I think.
This is a really good puzzle.
What? What do you need? All right. Yeah. Okay.
That's a good point too. I got to like the 5x4 dimensions or like the Buddhist one, but I guess maybe rotated with the hex in the middle. Joey is especially needy right now, I guess. But not needy enough to actually jump up to get pet. He has some standards left in him.
I remember this, so I'm just gonna go ahead and knock this out because I remember it. Took me a very, very long time to logic this, but I did figure this out last time.
Is this an environmental?
Yeah. And the middle one doesn't have any other. Just stand in just the right spot. The middle setting has no other utility.
That's pretty cool. What's that look like from the bottom now? I guess we can check it later when we leave.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can see how like half of the circle is on the part that moves, right? So it doesn't.
You might be able. I guess you can.
No, it's covered.
Yeah, that would be a pretty bad design if you could. Oh yeah.
Check this out.
I'm really good for some Doritos.
Where is the endpoint? I can't even see it. Oh, there it is. No. Am I seeing it right? Okay.
Wait, did you solve it?
Yeah. What?
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Did you see a different endpoint?
I did, for some reason I did not even see you solve the puzzle. I think I was focused on Joey. But no, there's two solutions where you can go all the way out to the corner if you want, but there's no reason really to do that. So, but I don't
All
know
the
why
way
that's
out
in
to the
puzzle.
corner. What do you mean?
Sure. Go down here. Oh, shit.
Oh, I see.
But I don't know.
Um,
I don't know why you would want to, but I don't know why that's included in.
why is it?
Like what? Yeah.
What, how are there two? What's the other one?
Well, that was different. You went straight down before, right?
Oh, I thought you meant there were two other ones.
No, it's just like
I see. Two
trivial,
total. Okay.
trivial other solution. Oh, that's weird that there's no panel around that second one.
That's probably important. No pets, no kids in the apart.
Wow.
Might keep price down? This is suspicious.
I've heard
I
of
see.
I've heard of apartments having like no pet policies. I haven't heard of apartments having no kid policies.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. Nice.
There's a catch to all this.
No kids part is nice. Yeah. Oh wow.
I guess my brain just works different. Doing
when having the pressure of the stream.
Yeah, I don't know. Was there a more obvious one that was?
Just something like this.
No, I like mine better.
Yeah, no, I did too. It's a windmill shade.
Okay.
Never not had pets. Interesting. This is the one I sent you a picture of.
Forced.
Yeah, because I did not see that thing down there.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. So your brain was trained to only look for that one type of clue there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a little bit hard to see, I feel like.
It's definitely not right. Yep, that's so you thought. Well, no, because
There's
that's
got some other issues.
yeah, other issues. But wait, no, yeah. So I want to draw from this end. It ain't gonna work.
I don't think we'll finish this today. I think we'll get a decent amount done, but I think we'll probably need one more session after this. Especially to clean up all the other puzzles.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All the side stuff. Oh. Got a needy cat.
Well, he makes a lot of noise when you're here. He doesn't. I mean, he will occasionally.
He's excited, yeah.
Yeah, like especially if I'm up and walking around. But if I'm sitting here, he usually settles down pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it when he's on the mic cord, or it's not, or the headphone cord. We're not using it as a mic right now. All right. That. So I got this. It's your inclusive solution. What?
Hey now.
What? Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey.
Isn't that great positioning? Yeah.
What?
Like, it shows you the effect of that puzzle.
Oh, it is great.
It's like,
Okay. Come on, buddy. Settle down. Just sit right here. Be quiet.
uh-oh. So it's forced affection. I
Yeah.
wonder if every cat has that reaction to Merc. I did have a greyhound dog, like, get really excited when I was around. And then
Oh,
apparently
there it
that
is.
was weird.
I remember this being a thing, and I remember remembering it when I was just standing here, but then I forgot about it, and then it reminded me I can't see shit though. Where do I start? Is that the start?
That is true. Dogs do not equal cats. So I think it's 3 hexes on top of one another, so I think the 3 middles of the hexes are the 3 possible starting points.
I can't.
So I was gonna guess that was not gonna be the solution, because you see how that there is a break between like the shadow and where it started up there.
Yeah, I thought that's why I started in the middle.
I thought for sure there was gonna be a broken branch somewhere over there, and you were gonna have to do like some weird little path between that gap. But apparently that's not the case.
Okay. And something else opened over here.
Yeah,
I
it
guess
sounded like
that
a
one?
door. Yeah.
So why does this one not have a border around it? It troubles me.
Can you look around? Is there a discarded border anywhere around? Somebody ransacking the
Is
island?
it a fireplace?
Yeah, there's that flower down there. That doesn't really help.
I would have figured there would be at least an audio recording in that downstairs room, but I don't know.
It's barren. I feel like
Let's
all
see.
the keep places are very like structurally unsound because here you have like the yeah, nice. Because like here you have like the thing that is collapsed in that you can't go around the path, and then on all those like pressure panel puzzles in the keep, there's all this like wood that's like fallen down that cut off lines from above. The keep does not keep well, is what I'm trying to get at.
So that comes from over here. So I can't get in there at all.
That's kind of interesting design. Having the easier ones open like the later doors instead of like letting you start to go.
Well, are you sure that's easier? I mean, I don't know.
They're puzzles that you saw earlier in the game. I'll phrase it that way.
Alright, so there's going to be some things here.
Some hole puzzles.
Yeah. See the laser going out there?
I do see that. Thankfully, we do not need to do any more windmill puzzles.
That's not the only one up here, right? There's more. Pretty sure, right? I think.
Does that sound like a church bell in the background of the game? Yeah, it sounds like a church bell in the game audio. Do you hear that at all? Like a ringing?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Oh, my God. How does it happen in this poor old world? That thou art so great, and yet nobody finds thee. That thou callest so loudly, and nobody hears thee. That thou art so near, and nobody feels thee. That thou givest thyself to everybody, and nobody knows thy name. Men flee from thee, and say they cannot find thee. They turn their backs and say they cannot see thee. They stop their ears and say they cannot hear thee. Hans Dank, circa 1520.
I don't know. I can't find another one.
Okay, I'm glad that I was not hearing things. That there is actually an ambient bell track.
That looks hard.
And we know the rule now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The main thing I know is not to make this kind of thing.
These are always hard. They do these in the any percent speed run, I think. I'm not. Yeah, because I think they do the town as one of the lasers. But even like when they do, I always forget these. Oh, this one's missing a panel too.
Someone's hoarding them.
This town is falling apart.
Oh, it's got this.
Isn't that a nice little progression? Because they're forced to be together now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Forced. Nice.
I like how they have one right here.
Do they have that on all the puzzles?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
There it is. How long ago did you get that one?
I remembered that solution.
Oh, okay.
I remember this one as well, so I won't say anything for this.
All right.
It's like the second or third panel on the other one that was broken off the edge, right? Whereas this one's like the fourth one.
It's the second one, yeah.
That's pretty great too.
What's great? What?
So, like, you know that the exception has to be that dot, right? There's no way that you can draw that dot.
Yeah. So I don't know how to like rope it in. Okay. Had me worried. Okay. So yeah, I almost felt like I didn't know if I was doing something when I shouldn't have or what, because you know we're not supposed to go in there right now. But
Yeah, I mean, is this where they're teaching you the rule? Well, like, I guess, I mean, those are just a combination of rules, but there's enough of those puzzles on its own. The ones where you have to go through every vertex, you know. That's where you first see them, though, right? That's not referencing any other part of the game, right?
what?
The ones where it's like the gray background, you have to go through every vertex, and it's a 4x4.
I mean, Yeah, but it's not a new puzzle element. I mean, we learned that we had to
Yeah.
go through the thing. That's just a different arrangement of stuff we've seen before. Alright, I guess I'll look at this now. Oh man, okay. It's 15 out of 25.
We were talking about this before the stream. I was watching some of Darkid's stream yesterday. He's like reverse engineering the code right now. So he's like just like tracking variables in the code as he's running it, and then trying to see what it does, like when he solves certain puzzles. Yeah, he was already finding out like basically where they store certain game elements when you don't see them. Like he was looking at like elements from the elevator panels before the elevator comes out, and they're just being stored in like random like spaces within the island that you can't get to. It's kind of interesting. Definitely makes you realize that this is a game, though. Which is a weird thing to say.
Just wonder if it's gonna have some, kind of trivial bullshit like this. I mean, obviously this doesn't work, but... Actually, that would.
It needs to be included. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay.
Maybe it doesn't actually fit those pieces in. I thought I found a way, but I guess I didn't.
I think you need, like, I see what you're saying, because you could have one there, and you could have those be two, but then
But then, yeah,
five.
you actually run into a problem there. So then... I mean, is it something like that or whatever? Not like that, but... Something where you just, like, tweak it a little bit.
I know a solution. This one, I never remember the answer, but I always, like, have the same strategy for figuring it out. So I don't know what to...
Okay, well, I don't, so I'm going to figure this.
Yeah. Do you care if I eat on stream?
No.
Alright.
That's why I asked you that before we started. I mean, I could have just told you the answer.
Off camera.
Yeah.
Don't you dare eat on my stream.
Yeah. This is a private discussion.
Is it weird to eat on stream? I guess I've never seen other people eating on stream.
Yeah, but how long do they stream? Like, we go hardcore. We'll stream, 7, 8, 9 hours.
Yeah,
That's
I have a piss bucket off camera right now.
Yeah.
No, the one Magic streamer I watch, Caleb D, he goes like 7 to 2, like 5 days a week. Pretty nuts.
Let's see.
Really? I'm very surprised by that, but maybe I should start streaming
Oh, the
this.
mukbangs or whatever.
It's like having a virtual family member.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess it is like a limited resource. So you can only eat so much. So that makes it kind of special, right? I don't know. I don't know. Can I give a hint?
Mm-mm. Wait, that's only 4. Derp.
And that purple one's in the corner is locked off.
Is that what I did before?
Maybe, but
I don't think it's what I did before. I think I did that.
everyone's eating food now. Started the trend. Your choices are between going clubbing or watching us play The Witness. Those are two very divergent options. You should just do both. Just stream on your phone at the club. I think that's fair.
I started trying to do some weird. Just some weird ass configuration like this. It's just not. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Are you just randomly guessing based on the number of squares that you're taking up?
Not, I wouldn't say random, no.
Pseudo random.
Like, it's actually really close, but it's just. Can't think of a way to actually put them in here. I mean, I could even do something like that if I wanted.
Because if you have those like top two or whatever, there's no piece that could fit that. I had that.
I know it's wrong. I just mean to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, is that 15 pieces?
Yes.
And it's something that actually fits. Do we know if there's like literally only one solution to this?
I think there's two. Or at least I see two that are not trivially different from one another. It's the perks of not being in the hot seat. It's Extreme hot seat. Sure.
I guess that wasn't either one of yours.
No. Was that what you were intending, or was that like a guess?
I noticed it was 15. I don't know.
Okay. That's pretty fun. Do you want to see the ones I came up with?
Yeah, no, that definitely works.
So the hint I was going to say is try and make the shape with the top pieces first, and then worry about the bottom rule, like, completely secondary.
Yeah, I was trying to do that. But it just so happened that everything I had would just barely...
So this is like 3, right? And you can kind of do this in either direction. Right? Like that takes care of 3 of the top pieces. So then it's just like a matter of getting 2 pieces to do the rest of it. I think... Would even that work?
Well...
No, I haven't done any of that stuff. Yeah, so like, but you could do this.
Yeah.
I think that's like one. The one that I always do, I think, is always something like this, and I think you almost did it. It's like this. For some reason.
Yeah, I was trying to add and subtract blocks here and here, and it just, at least in my head, it just seemed like no matter what way I arranged it, they were always running into each other. But I guess that's what I was going for. I don't know. Okay, what was mine again? I like that one because I did it.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
Aw. So you can't even try to fit through the glass panel.
Yeah, and this is something we covered on one of the previous ones. Is typically you can't access puzzles through glass. There's a couple of bugs where you can at the like bunker or whatever, but typically you can't do that.
I mean, I still see a problem.
What's that?
Or no. Never mind.
Yeah, they're stars, not the squares.
Yeah. The fact that all these are together. What was my configuration again?
What?
I'm just mumbling to me. So just open that one right there.
Mm-hmm. It's so great how each puzzle like leads into the next one. Something I want to bring up, though. The room that we were just in, the one with the colored glass, I think there's like a Buddhist, the bamboo was over there in one part. I think we missed over. I just wanted to see what was over there.
I don't know what you mean by there.
Oh, sorry. Over, yeah, through that door.
Talking about this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you wanted. It's not like there was. I mean, you knew about it. It's not,
I actually forgot this room was down here.
yeah.
And this is like a soundproof room, so you don't know what the sound is? Is that the idea? Is the speakers gone?
Yeah, and then these muffle all the sounds.
What?
Is that what this is? Where you just match them? Yeah.
Does any solution work then?
Yeah, I think as long as the two match each other.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. So if you do a different one on the left, like, can you do down, middle, down, up, or something like that?
Down. I don't know if that's down, middle. I don't think you can draw that one over
Oh,
here.
that's a good point.
Down, down.
Down, up, middle, down. Okay.
You see now. See, it kills the other one.
That's high, medium, low, low.
Yeah, that's what I did before.
Okay.
So this is what opened it the first time.
Interesting. Yeah, I had forgotten about that room. I had not forgotten about this room, though. This is
Right.
one of my favorite rooms.
And oh, I can remember solving this with paint before. Crap. Another color room for you.
Uh-huh.
Super excited.
Yeah, we'll have to get that document we made last time. Double Q.
70 and 90. What?
I was going to answer a double Q question. I was eating Five Guys, which is a great burger place that I rarely get because there's not one nearby. That should be a solution. Oh,
Let's-
I see.
I mean, unless it cares about.
And it's not possible to draw a three rectangle without, like, it always has to include one of them, I guess. There's no way to draw the three rectangle because I think that,
Like that.
yeah,
And these are.
that's too bad. But I mean, that's why it's a puzzle. Ugh. Does that trigger you?
It's just. Gotta get used to it.
Yeah, that's a great room.
I'm gonna do this now.
Yay!
Is that the only one that involves that?
It looks like there's a green path, but I don't know where the starting of it is. And you can't get yellow, so I don't think you can do anything with that.
Okay. Definitely have more we can do in the color room, I know. I guess we can wait on... Whoa. What? So picky.
So that's pretty cool. It uses the same, like, you use the third tier, but with two of these different staircases, right? Like, you completed that third one with the one on the left and the one on the right.
Yeah, this was the same top half, but
Yeah.
two bottom halves. No, that's not the same tail.
Those are the two you did before.
It's different, yeah. This is garbage, I guess.
We'll find out. Start
mean-
doing tire stacks.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. So that was what, 5 quick environmentals? I guess we'll go back in the color room.
Oh, that's so great. So what did we learn from a week or two ago?
Nothing.
They can either be, what, red, or they could be white.
I remember
Could it be like...
that you messed it up.
Yeah.
That's what I remember.
Ouch.
If we just had a pattern that separated all 16 of these, wouldn't have to worry about it. Hey, buddy.
That's a decent point. But you know, if something is like in a 4x4, you can't separate that completely.
I knew you were going to start stating the obvious. I'm just...
Sorry.
Okay.
This is one I had to write stuff down for, I think. Or
Yeah,
I took
I did
pictures
too.
with my camera. Oh man, someone's getting down on pizza and cider now. So the ones that look black could be black itself, or it could be the opposite color, right? So for red, that would be...
See, I don't think I ever took interest in what the color actually was. I was thinking more in terms of merely separating. Now, the problem is we got 2 of these.
That one's going to be the harder one.
Okay, but you can do...
Green or black? I don't think green's the opposite. I think cyan's the opposite of red, because it's what blue and green combine to in light. Red and green are the opposites on the pigment color, but not on the light color, I think. Maybe that's what I'm getting wrong. Maybe it is green. Oh.
All right. I guess this will be a good time. Well, you can look at this, right? Like, they both show up as black.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point too. And I think, yeah, it's like that for each one. So maybe it's not even as tricksy as like having like the cyans and the yellows and stuff like that. Maybe it's all primary colors. Is that how you use it? But I think there's probably white and black with it too, because I think some will be like white under everything and some will be black under everything. That's my guess. This isn't too bad. Just take some screenshots.
Okay.
Okay, that was an easy one to remember.
Yeah. But even this is actually trivial too. I just was overthinking it.
So that means top right is all white. Bottom. Oh no, never mind. Top right is all white then, because that was white under all three, I think. Bottom right, those three have been black every time. Or in the bottom left, sorry, is the three that are black have been black the entire time, but then that one is red.
Let's see.
Top left was white for both red and green. What's the best way to do this? Screenshot? Excel?
Yep.
Oh man. Alright, I'm gonna get some coffee while you set this up.
You're bumping the other mouse. Yeah, everybody go get coffee while I set this up. That's a good idea.
Some brain juice.
Oh, that's it?
That's it. I'm excited about this. They just started selling Stumptown coffee at our local grocery store. This is our product placement. Can they see the Excel right now, or are they?
No, they can't yet.
They're just all right. We're making an Excel sheet right now. 6x6.
Yeah. This isn't for drawing the paths. This is just for making the
what it looks
colors,
like under the
yeah.
3 different colors.
So then you can see like our faces change color, I guess.
To what color we're working on.
Okay.
I like that you ordered it in RGB.
Mm-hmm. You can see what I'm working on. It's not a good blue, is it?
I think that's a great blue.
You think that's a great blue?
Yeah. It's not like pure blue, but I think
I was going to try to get a pure blue.
All right.
Yeah, see, it's like all this green in there. You could have.
It's gonna be too harsh of a blue.
But that's a really harsh blue.
It's true.
Like, I thought that we were in the spirit of.
That's true. We can be like Jonathan Blow and not make sacrifices.
That's just.
Wow, that's really green.
Yeah. Look at. Yeah, there you go.
That's pretty green.
That's pretty green. Okay. So.
Wait, do we have pure red? Do we check?
No, it doesn't look like it. It is. Huh.
Oh, wow. So
I
the
thought it was just
recommended red is pure red.
I kind of thought it was either that or really close, but
Recommended blue and green. Fraud.
yeah. All right.
My shirt is white. Oh, with the red light? Yeah. Or I don't know.
And then I guess we can make one more, I guess. Kind of whatever that dirty color was. That's what did we use before? Doesn't give us a color history. It's just kind of some.
Oh, this is going to be our guess.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's share this with the viewers. Where's President Purple Tree? What? Oh, is that the actual purple tree or is that Dong? Talking about Dong. I'll shoot Dong a text. Let's try to encourage him not to drink in case he quit drinking recently. Oh, he had already texted me.
Is it window capture?
He texted us 3 minutes ago.
All right, so
This is what Dong had just texted us. I don't know if that'll show up or not. Probably not. The light adjusts. It's a chess game that he is playing right now. He really likes horses. Yeah, he does a lot of starting and stopping, so...
is it that? I find the borders distracting if they're too.
On the plus side, I think I feel my entire left side of my face now, so that's good.
Alright, so where do we want this? Just like there?
Yeah, that'll work.
Alright. So.
Okay.
What? Blue is on the left? Can't do it.
That's a good point. It's RGB, I guess, but it's going counterclockwise. I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know.
But we got a red.
So this is our red. And what we're seeing is
White in the top left and top right corners.
I guess we can try.
Our system is inefficient. What does that mean?
We're not very technologically advanced.
Can we try some? Well, we already tried where. Yeah, we already tried.
I don't know.
Sorry, I was trying to think. We already tried a way where two of the colors were in the same one, and that just was a wrong solution. Like, it would be interesting if you could solve this in a way that it would give you like cyan light or like yellow light or something like that. If you could solve the puzzle, you know what I'm saying? Where it's not just one of three colors. Like, if you combine like multiple of them, then you could get like. Oh, hey, Dong's here. Yo, what you drinking? Cold brew coffee.
All right. What about the other one? Let's make that. Actually, it looks like this kind of cuts off over here. What happened?
It does. So white in the top left and bottom right corners. Oh, we're making it light red, not white. All right.
I mean, I'm just trying to match what I see. That is all I'm doing.
Okay.
Right? Isn't that... I'm trying to actually sort of match that.
Okay.
I'm saying... I'm just reporting. I don't know. I mean, do you want it white? Do you think that looks better? I guess compared to the pure black. I don't know. It's just... I guess that is better because it's consistent across the colors like the black will be. I guess we can use that. I don't know. But what about that other one?
So top left and bottom right sections are all white or light red. Okay, yeah, and so everything else is white.
Okay.
Okay. This is going to be our green, our G. So the thing that's looks funny though when you switch between the colors is that like the cord or whatever, it stays pure red as it changes color and then it drops to black. And like so when you change from like green to another color, we can watch for that where when you change it to like the blue or something, the green will stay green the entire time and then it just cuts over to black.
So it's like that.
Yep. Forgot the black in the bottom corner here. Yeah.
Okay. So now in our there.
It forces you to look away. Look down.
So oh, that one's pretty easy. What?
Nothing. Startled myself with setting my own glass down. Why not? When it shows white, because it could be white. It could just be white itself, so it shows up white on all colors. And it could be black itself, and it shows up black on all colors. And so that's what we should figure out first. It's which one of these are invariant.
Okay. So
it's possible. I mean, like the elevator, it's possible some of these could be. Yeah. So do you want to start with like the one on the left maybe first?
yeah.
So if it's 3, then it's white, and the squares with no marking is black. Okay. So
Oh, I bet you could have done it a different way. It's fine. We'll do it.
For like how to do the Excel sheet or whatever.
Yeah, you could probably do like a conditional formatting thing, so you could just type the numbers in.
Yeah, like put an R or something like that.
No, I was thinking like 1, 2, 3, because then you could actually do a formula to where your last thing will actually spit out a final number, and you can just map your numbers to new colors.
That is something that could have been done.
We're actually right at that point where
I don't know if it would be entertaining if we did that or not.
entertaining. I mean, like I'm right at that point where I'm not sure which would be faster, to finish this up or to do that, because that's clearly a faster way overall.
I think the formula would be a little bit complicated to figure out.
No, you would just... I mean, it would just spit out a number, and then we just figure out what the numbers mean.
Okay.
So like, you don't have to look at each cell.
You just add them together.
Yeah. Or it would be a power 2.
So, okay. Well, no, you could just add them together, right? Oh, no, I guess there would be some collisions. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
so
a
just
1 and 2 added together.
Yeah, just do a power 2 thing, a binary.
Yeah, so you could just have it be like 2, 4, 8.
Right.
Yeah, still just finished. Well, I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah. So we can do that. Alright, that actually sounds fast. I could just do that. I could just mark all the ones in here, right?
I mean, you could just do the power 2 step here if you wanted to. Just do 2 on this page. Or actually, just stay with 1, but then on the next page just do 2, and then the next page do 4. Do 2s. I guess we could do it in the formula.
I'll do it in the formula. That's the way I think, anyway. Right, so then that you would just say equals...
R, that's... Oh, okay.
I don't know why I'm thinking 4 for the R.
2 for the green, and then plus blue.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do the spaces we need. And
5, 6, 7. So 7 means white. 0 means black.
okay. So yeah, we can just start doing that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, in fact, we don't even need to know. We just look at this then.
Yeah.
And just
know what this
treat the
means.
numbers as colors.
Yeah.
That's what we need to separate.
Excel percent speed run.
That's not too hard. One that looks hard is the one on the right, like how you get the O's connected.
So,
But anyway, let's solve it.
oh, you mean just draw a path without?
I mean, this is what
Yeah, it's true.
the numbers, just treat those as different colors.
Yeah, I
we
guess
don't even
so.
need to know what the actual colors are.
Yeah, I guess so. It's true. You know, unless you wanted to solve for the colors for their own sake of being different colors.
That's
What
one
are
thing
you doing up there?
Oh man, rowdy cat, dude. That's one thing that's a little bit unsatisfying is you never see this room without a shade of light. Like it would be nice if after you solve it, like it was white light or something like
Kind
that.
of like in the
Kinda
other
like the
place when you
elevator.
go
Yeah.
out of the elevator. Yeah.
That part's very satisfying.
Wait. Hold on. 0 is no.
Zero's
I think
black.
0 is black. The way we did it, anyway. I guess you could do it either way, but we had 1 be white. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah. So right now 4 is red, 0 is black, 7's white, 2 is green, I think.
Yeah.
1 is blue. It looks like there's no blue anywhere.
I feel like rounding this out. I know that I don't have.
Oh, you want to?
I just want the satisfaction.
Oh, the actual color. Sure. Okay.
Of the actual colors. So 7 is white, right?
The game's not going to show it to us, so we might as well figure it out ourselves.
0 is black. Whatever. Text is gone.
4 is red.
4 is indeed red.
Five is red plus blue, so it's purple, I guess.
Correct.
Gonna get a good
Pure red.
for it.
I'm gonna do 2 because it's
Green. Pure green, please.
pure green. So then
3 is green and blue.
blue, yeah.
So it'd be cyan. Pure cyan.
Do we go 255 all the way?
255, yeah. 255 blue, 255 green. We're not going to hold back now. 5 is red and blue, so it's magenta. Pure magenta. And then 6 is yellow, because that's the only color we haven't done yet.
Yeah, that made it on the board anyway.
It's true, blue didn't make it on the board. Poor blue.
Poor blue.
That's the point of this puzzle, is showing that
What was I doing?
it's a metaphor. Feeling blue doesn't get you representation. So
There you go. All right. Now it's in my way. Okay. I mean, I don't know if...
Yep.
Yup, what?
You're doing the right things. I agree with. Gotta corner off that 5.
Yeah, I don't think we can. So it might be the other way.
Yeah, that works. This one's the more interesting puzzle, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, because you got like this, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. I'm gonna have a guess here. Is there any way you can like cut across and get these two and this and like wrap it down?
I'm going to try my idea first.
Okay.
Not because it's better, but just because I'm in the middle of...
First in, first out. Or, yeah.
I think I'm in trouble because of the 5, the purple. Because you were saying this way. Let's see.
And then
Hold on.
You just need to go down these two paths and then back.
I mean, you're saying
not exact. Well,
I'm. Your brain is in a different spot than mine.
it's true.
So.
I don't know what to do with the top right part yet, but those two turns is what I think what needs to happen on the upper left.
Yeah,
okay.
the Reds were the one that were wrong on that last attempt.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was very unsatisfying because nothing happens now. Just increments our puzzle count, but that's about it.
Yeah. I think that the addition on our spreadsheet really saved us a lot of time.
Yeah. It was easier than I thought. Because I thought we were going to do conditional formatting based on the number, and I thought that would take a long time. Do like if 7 do this, and if 6 do this, or whatever.
That wouldn't take a long time either.
Take a little bit of time.
But I did my conditional formatting manually.
What's left with the town now? Oh yeah, we got the green.
There's got to be one.
Yeah.
There it is. All right.
Now for the yellow.
Yeah. That would be pretty infuriating if it was blue. Because they could have put blue and just not have a circle.
That would be very infuriating. I don't know what that puzzle would be teaching you. Sometimes you should just give up. Sometimes the game developer does not like you.
Alright, so... Now what else is left in the town besides...
Ugatu brings up a good point. Before we should get the cloud environmental puzzle before we redirect the laser to the mountain. But we still need to go up the tower in the town part as well.
Yeah. Guess we can do that. Got more,
Look at all these lights.
more stuff lit up.
Yeah.
You were going to teach us what they all mean.
It's going to be easy to see at night here.
What?
That's the secret second half of the game.
Can't wait. Okay. Also, what was the other thing?
I think you have to get that one from that end, yeah.
I actually went up here.
Can you get a whole puzzle from there?
Whole puzzle.
Maybe not. Like how you can get that from almost anywhere.
Yeah. Is that where I'm supposed to get it?
That one, I think maybe you're supposed to get it from one floor up, but maybe you can get it there. I don't know.
I guess.
Whatever.
It's a little clearer.
All right, what's on the box?
That's
Is
hard
it
to
nothing? Is it a blank box?
That is highly satisfying.
That it's a blank box?
Yes.
Why is that satisfying?
What else could it possibly be?
It could be like with the mountaintop one, where it's just a combination of all the symbols.
You want to repeat?
I don't want to repeat, but I'm saying that could make as much sense being on this one as it does in the mountaintop
No.
one.
You know why it makes sense here?
Why?
Because it doesn't teach you any new mechanics.
But the mountaintop doesn't.
No, because that one, there's not a whole bunch of puzzles around it to solve. So that's just the accumulation of everything else.
Okay. I don't know. I'll have to think about that.
I don't know. I am in full philosophical agreement. I think it's done correctly. Of course, I could just
I think
not be able to see
it
it.
should be all the patterns printed on top of one another. So it's just like a mess.
I think it should be our Excel sheet.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that it didn't teach you anything, because this teaches you like how they work together. You know what I mean?
Ugh, nope.
It totally does.
No, you're supposed to do that yourself. It's not a new fundamental.
If anything, there's no puzzles on the mountaintop, so it should be blank there. I think those should be reversed.
Nope.
Thought about it, and nope.
I disagree.
So let's look around the town maybe from up here and just see.
There's
What we
other
got?
stuff like this.
Just want to kind of see what we got. So,
I guess we could go down and actually look at our tire stack.
so we got this first area that we're looking at now. That's that mirrors the beginning of the game, where you're following a cord around and going from puzzle to puzzle, and that's
Wait,
kind of like
what,
the early
what are we
puzzles.
talking about?
Just like the layout of the town and how it kind of reflects like the island as a whole. So before we were looking at like that's like the beginning of the town. That's like the first puzzles
there.
that are active.
Okay.
Yeah, and then that feed into one another and teach you like kind of like the intro mechanics. What else we got?
Can I summon the boat? Probably.
You'd probably get the boat from here.
It's too fine a resolution, or it's not fine enough of a resolution.
And then over there, that building, we have the puzzle piece, like in the colored area, and the keep.
Here, you point so everybody can see what you're talking about instead of just me. There's your. That's
Do we switch mice?
no.
All right. Like this area, we have like the Lego pieces or the Tetris pieces, and then below it's the keep. And then this area is like the bunker, where it's like the color influence. This is like the Buddhist area, and I guess the color area kind of goes into that. This was like the stars area. We don't really have. I mean, I guess this has the treetop puzzle integrated in it, and so does that, and so does the one on this door. What else do we have at the town? Environmental puzzle. It's not as interesting. I guess that's about it. These were the blue-black puzzles, so these were kind of like the very first puzzles that we did.
Yeah, so it didn't seem like the order.
Like there was a strict order to it,
Right.
Because it started with the symmetry puzzle.
It seemed like
over
there were like a few chunks. Like you could do this set of 3 or this set of 3. Like I could have gone right into the color room.
Yeah.
Which actually, the color room.
And
That was just puzzle count, huh? No.
And then there's a sound room at the bottom of this too.
Yeah, so it has everything. I don't know.
It has like one of everything, kind of, maybe a couple of everything. Everything's represented at least.
Yeah, the game looks really good on your monitor over there.
Yeah, it does.
I go over here so I can read the chat, but then I apologize to everyone in chat. I've been really bad about like not reading chat today for some reason. I've just been too distracted with the complexity of these late game puzzles.
I think it represents enlightenment because now the player knows all the mechanics, perhaps. And then kind of with the mine area building, there's like allusions to what lies beneath.
Oh yeah, I remember us talking about that.
Wait, which was the one that we got on that one? Oh,
Yeah.
Maybe I know that one. Maybe.
Oh.
Wait, can I see what were the ones that were? Oh man, I got so much stuff to do.
Yeah.
Is the Eclipse one represented on this one?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Right here.
Yeah.
Or no. You're talking about this one. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking of the other one, not the Eclipse.
Wait, is that the Eclipse? Yeah. Okay, because you start.
Yeah.
By going around, and you have to wait.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the one at the start. Because when I heard Eclipse, I was thinking of the sun, not the moon.
Yeah, never mind. I was thinking of the opposite. I was thinking that the path needed to go this way, but that's where the moon goes, not where your cursor goes. Yeah, alright. I think that church tower represents religion, since there's a religion audio log in it. Talking about fearing thee.
See, that really gets in the way.
I guess so.
Guess we can correct this.
Yeah. I remember Darkin said there was a Einstein audio log somewhere in the town. You're gonna get it first guess?
No.
Why not? I'm gonna guess. I think I know where it goes. I don't think that's right.
I was trying to see if it just pointed at the thing you wanted to point at, or if it was actually hedging the angle, and it looks like it's just pointing at directly at it, right? Or where is it currently? I don't know. It sounds like by your language that it hedges the angle. I don't know.
You got a first guess, dude.
Well, based on what I saw over here, I thought that this was actually pointing at the target, not the angle. But then the way you started talking, you were saying the opposite. What, is there a problem now?
I don't think so.
No? Let's see. 98. 373 and 98.
We have +1, which we have one of the tire stacks done.
Yep. Want to try to get another one done?
I want to do mountain.
You want to do mountain?
Oh, that's adorable. What colors does she have on her palette?
Oh boy, colors again.
I'm just curious.
Got some cyan on there.
Got some cyan, some blue, green. And the color of the lasers. Oh, we're doing environmental puzzles.
It looks like there's only 3 left on this one.
Okay. I don't recall where that one is. I know where those two are, I think.
Okay, so this one kind of faces over there.
So we got that
that
one.
one. Oh, yeah, it's the one... I know which one it is. I remember because I couldn't figure out how to get it. I don't know where I should be...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know where I should be standing to get it, so I gotta figure this out. Is it that? I mean, it looks like the wrong shape, but... Wait, what the hell? How did I get up there?
There's a puzzle panel that lifts or lowers it on right next to it on the panel or on the metal thing. Down on the floor. Your shadow is standing in the way.
Does it get in the way? I guess it does.
So you've gotten that one.
Okay. And it's the one over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this one. And it's like... Well, the boat's already over here. Okay, so I got that.
Mm-hmm.
And I got this. This one controls that, and we got... Is this some chunk of it or no?
I think that'll be fine. Okay. And then that looks like an end point, right?
Do you know how to do this, or are you just figuring it out?
I'm just guessing, because that looks like an end of a thing, so I think you need to bring it that way.
That looks fairly promising. that does have that shape that was on the...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Can't remember always thinking that I needed to be standing on this side, but then I go over there and my chin is like down here, so it doesn't work. Okay. Okay. So that's that one.
Wait, what's the Tower of Sperm?
Why would you ask him that?
I want more dong interaction.
Be careful what you wish for. So he's just gonna quote you.
Be my link quote.
Yeah. Find the container.
Deep in the forest.
I don't know what you mean by container.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is either.
Touching dogs here? What?
Touching chairs, dude?
Yeah.
Like a shipping container. Oh.
There you go.
You misspelled Merkel, so that's fine.
Over there, huh?
What's up with the lake? Do we got a statue coming out of the water yet? We kept thinking that that was the statue.
Well, if that is, then we suck at raising statues out of the water.
Huh?
I don't know. It was hard to construct that sentence.
I do like the idea of a clam for the vault doors, or it's like hard to open, but then once you it just pops open.
Seems to kind of point over here, but this is... By the time you get this far over, it's a different tower. Ooh. I actually get a good shot of this, huh? It's gonna...
Yeah.
We're gonna complete this. And we're sure this is the final one, right?
Uh-huh. Wow. Turns immediately before it even hits it.
Yeah, it's well, what surprised me is the fade. I thought it would be like an instant thing. Alright, so they're powdered donuts now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No longer tire stacks, powdered donuts.
Yeah.
That'll be the next snack then. Last stream we'll have powdered donuts and Doritos. That's pretty satisfying.
Yeah. I guess you could make the case that they're chocolate donuts before, but you don't really think of them unless you think back and kind of change your answer.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I think I missed those two before because I was looking at the lines in the rocks and looking for something in there as opposed to the rocks themselves.
I see. Some black ass chocolate.
Yeah, a couple of these get pretty serious. And how hard, or just how many of them there are.
Yeah. That circle one looks really satisfying.
Oh. Alright, I guess we're tackling the tower now?
Yeah.
Alright. How much pain does looking at this cause you?
Little to no.
You're lying.
I can bury my feelings really well.
Okay. But they are there. That was what I was asking you about.
Buried deep down.
Just made peace with the fact that you'll never get what you want.
I mean, eventually it'll get
Yeah,
done.
that's
Right?
true.
We're gonna 100%.
But I'm gonna try to find.
Is that
a
gonna
way
be
that-
last?
I don't know if you would find that dissatisfying. I don't know. There's gonna be some way. There's more of an art to it than that. To deliver on it in the least satisfying way possible. All right, so.
This is one of your favorite puzzles.
This is. I just don't understand just how.
How they were able to do it.
Yeah. I mean, do you?
It seems pretty difficult. Difficult one to program.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh yeah, that's one thing that's interesting about this. The exits change based on where you start. So that maybe that's one sacrifice that they had to make. Maybe it's not a perfect puzzle on its own. This puzzle also has a very satisfying answer.
So. Yeah, there's 3 of them.
Yeah, is it true that wherever you start, you have to go to the opposite end?
I think so.
I think that's the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty great. It's a pretty great puzzle. I do think it's impressive that they were able to make it like symmetric to some degree. Like it's a very elegant puzzle for it to work. I like how the guy who's carrying the box is like very happy, how he's smiling.
He loves this puzzle box.
He is not daunted by the man who's ripping the puzzle box away from him. I don't know what he's doing.
So it always removes 2 of them, I guess.
So I think that might be at least a hint that like whenever you click on one, you can only go to the exit that they give you at least. Yeah, because like. I like that there's such a high barrier of entry to the mountain. Like,
Like what?
sound effects too. Ogatu, do you like the sound effects that the puzzle makes when you fail it, or do you like the sound effects of like the wind right now?
It honestly seems impossible to split these two right here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't go through here, not being able to cut through here, like,
It's kind of cool that you have the hex pattern and the square pattern here too.
because of this and this.
Like the puzzle, yeah, it's weird how those two are integrated. Like the puzzle has 3 starts and 3 solutions, and it's kind of set up in like a triangle hex, and the panels are hex, or the metal sheets that you're on are hexes. Kind of, it's like a giant hex. One out of 3.
Yep.
Can you look around for a sec?
Where's around?
Okay. Does that... Okay. Does that, like, automatically cut you off? If you can't see the endpoint?
What do you mean cut me off?
Okay, never mind. Because, like, the endpoint's across from it, right? So if you can't see the endpoint and you try and start the puzzle, does it allow you to do that, or...
I mean, why wouldn't it?
Okay, alright.
You're just in a hopeless state. Nope. Oh, we can't go through there. What am I doing?
If you back away from that same angle, does it work? Anything else change? Maybe not. I don't know.
Seems like an idea is there that'll let me.
I don't see how it would cut off the. Well, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Is this not the intention? Oh my god. Oh. After all that. You're laughing at my pain. Oh, man. Wow. Doesn't look like any of these work if you get like too close. There's just so much shit in the way. So you were telling me that there's like a magical way to know where to stand or something.
That is what?
There's a magical way to know where I'm supposed to stand.
There's something I'll talk about after the puzzle's solved that's cute.
Why do you have to wait that long?
I mean, do you want this to be another elevator incident?
I don't know what an elevator incident is.
That's where I mentioned when we were in the bunker that puzzle is the same puzzle as the elevator puzzle.
Oh, is this the same puzzle as something else?
What I would say would give away what the answer to the puzzle is, so. Hello, Master Procrastinator.
I feel like this is something I tried to do early on. Because I kind of remember standing over here.
Yeah.
Alright.
So that's the last starting point.
Yeah. Clearly, yes.
Hello, Williamson.
Yeah, we got some new people. I guess Master Procrastinator's been here before, but
All the witness peeps.
all the witness experts laughing at my pain. I could see the little TV going off in the like down there.
That is interesting. Yeah, I wonder what it's like for a speedrunner to watch something like this, or to just they not only know the solution, but they know the optimal solution and why it's the optimal solution.
I've said this before, though. For me, it would ruin the game.
Huh?
For me, it would ruin the game to know,
Knowing all the solutions.
knowing
like
it to that level of detail.
Yeah,
I guess it would have its own. I guess it's
It's a
interesting in
different
its-
thing,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a different kind of joy, I guess. But
I think even Jonathan blows kind of hard on that sort of thing.
hard on what?
Like he said, like if you like know the rules or whatever, if you just look them up, then like if you already know the solution to the puzzle, then you're not playing the game. But I mean, I guess you're doing that though. Anytime you speedrun a game, is like you're not experiencing what you would experience for the first time when you play a game. You're
Yeah, but if it's too late to get that back, then
might as well do something with it.
yeah. Wow. You gotta somehow navigate a line from there to there? That alone seems impossible. Oh, they actually are giving me that? Yeah.
Ogatu thinks he's got it.
What? I thought you already knew it. How can you solve this without being...
Seeing it.
Yeah, because you're going to have an idea. Oh, I just draw that path. Yeah. And where do you stand?
All right, I think I'm with Ugatu now.
I can't cut these off from one another, so...
I think you were close back there.
Back here?
Yeah.
But you can't, because these two are stuck together. You can't do it from here. What is with the no response? Does that mean that you disagree?
Oh, no,
with the notion?
I think there's a path like at that perspective.
This one?
Yeah.
That cuts this off from that. Oh, like this?
Alright, so the cute thing about this puzzle is the statues on the cliff. There's like 3 of them that are like pointing in certain directions, and they're supposed to be pointing to where you should stand in order to solve the puzzle. There's like the orator who's like pointing, and then there's the surveyor who's pointing his camera, and then there's the woman yelling at the man who's pointing backwards. This was something that's on the Witness subreddit, where they had like a top view picture of this.
Is something triangulated in some way? Because it's like...
There's 3 solutions, and they're pointing to 3 of the spots where you should be standing.
Yeah, but that's a line.
Yes.
Right?
So, yeah.
It's not very precise. See, when you told me this before, I thought you were saying...
They like triangulated a position?
No, that these guys, while producing the obstacle, were also...
Pointing to where you should be?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because that would be another added complexity to...
That would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good puzzle.
Alright, so let's descend and... act as if there's nothing else around there.
So those cameras are pretty cool too, because it's like, so I guess one question I have with, I guess they probably are just pre-rendered and they're just like a screen that they just go through. They're not actual cameras that are in the game.
Well, you could test that by looking at
The
the state of that,
solutions.
right?
It's a decent point.
In fact, you could go up here, like you could solve these like part way through. Like there's a million different configurations here, right? So
Yeah.
that'd be pretty easy to test.
Yeah.
In fact, if you could get here, I mean, because I can see solutions on there, right? You could easily get this to this point, because you only need 7 lasers and just read all the solutions in if it was some pre-rendered thing.
Yeah.
So that's got to be...
It seems like it would be expensive to like have a camera rendering another part of the world, as opposed to just like, you know what I mean? Okay, Ogatu put up the post to the Reddit link that I was talking about. So now we get to the mountain area, and so way back when we started this series, I was talking about how when you start in the tube at the beginning of the game, like that has an aesthetic that's very similar to this, and I think
Kind of these portal walls.
sterile was the word I was trying to think of, but I think I said sanitary. Yeah, it's just like very clean and gray and white.
I guess it blocks you in case you wanted to sneak that in.
So let's see, in the treehouse, we've walked on puzzle grids before. We walked on an environmental puzzle before, but now we're creating a puzzle that we're walking on? I don't know. I'm trying to think of all the ways that integrated like walking on puzzle solutions and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he's going for right now with because it's like a bunch of office furniture and like computer screens that are busted and stuff like that. I don't know if the interpretation of this is like trying to show like what it takes to make a video game or not, and these are like all the recycled ideas or the things in the middle, or I'm not sure, but it's weird. And you have like electrical blowouts here for these panels. I don't know if he's saying that these are kind of like cheap puzzles. Is the idea of this... No, never mind. I was going to ask if the idea of this was that they're like dead pixels or something, but that's not true. So eventually they change. Of course, there's something there.
Okay. Damn it. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and just draw the same thing I did before. That's now white. I don't know.
That was close, though. That's right.
I can't really see. Okay. The problem is that, like, I immediately forget what I just put in.
What you just witnessed. Oh yeah, there's a good statue in there. Person being buried by complexity.
Oh.
The relation between the controller and the controlled is reciprocal. The scientist in the laboratory studying the behavior of a pigeon designs contingencies and observes their effects. His apparatus exerts a conspicuous control on the pigeon, but we must not overlook the control exerted by the pigeon. The behavior of the pigeon has determined the design of the apparatus and the procedures in which it is used. Some such reciprocal control is characteristic of all science. As Francis Bacon put it, nature, to be commanded, must be obeyed. The scientist who designs a cyclotron is under the control of the particles he is studying. The behavior with which a parent controls his child, either aversively or through positive reinforcement, is shaped and maintained by the child's responses. A psychotherapist changes the behavior of his patient in ways which have been shaped and maintained by his success in changing that behavior. A government or religion prescribes and imposes sanctions selected by their effectiveness in controlling citizen or communicant. An employer induces his employees to work industriously and carefully with wage systems determined by their effects on behavior. The classroom practices of the teacher are shaped and maintained by the effects on his students. In a very real sense, then, the slave controls the slave driver, the child, the parent, the patient, the therapist, the citizen, the government, the communicant, the priest, the employee, the employer, and the student, the teacher. B.F. Skinner, 1971.
That's probably the person who made the Skinner box. It's an interesting quote. Also probably talking about game design, how the game designer relates to the player. Also a nice reference to Francis Bacon in there. I think that's what the Eclipse video is about as well. What's up, Sanani?
Keep wanting to do that because it says I gotta draw this, but then I think that there's like a white and a black here.
Can you try like going? Sorry. Can you Can you try like going up and around and then back like that or something like that?
Try to go this way first?
Yeah.
I did try that, and then...
But you have to like get that white one. Like hook around, get the white one, and then go back around.
That's a black one right there.
Yeah, above that's another white one.
I know. So that means you have to draw here and here.
Do something like this. Something like that. Nope, never mind. I think that kills that idea. So Nanny, we're in the mountain now. So after you get 7 or more lasers, there's a puzzle on top of the mountain. It's kind of like a perspective puzzle. And if you solve that, it opens up, and then you go down to this area that's very kind of industrial looking. Oh, okay, you got it.
Is that another... Is it black, 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 and white?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna do this real quick. It's tempting to take 2 screenshots and Photoshop them together. Okay, I'm gonna see how quickly I can do that. Bet I can, because I'm tired of this.
Yeah, the puzzles in the mountain are definitely difficult. One of the things that's weird is, like, with a lot of them, it's kind of like an external reason for why they're difficult. Like, kind of like an added thing, like for like blinking lights or something like that. It's something that's not really elegant, so it has nothing to do with, like, symbolic logic, but it's interesting. Kind of like artificial difficulty.
Yep, I'm tired of it. I keep forgetting where everything is. So black, black. If I remember that, because I can, if I select by color, that's gonna be. That's clearly. And then.
So for those of you watching on stream, Charles is in Photoshop with 2 different screenshots of the puzzle to try and see what it looks like with the white light versus the black light.
No, it's harder to tell what's going on in it.
I didn't realize that it was offsetting, or it's like white. The white and black lattices are offset.
Yeah. Yeah, about half the grid is constantly off. Oh well.
I think I can draw out the puzzle if we have a piece of paper.
Let's go for it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Alright. Just have to. Gosh, I don't like how it automatically goes.
So the F stands for forced. Oh, there's one on the bottom. There's a white there that I didn't write down.
Yeah. So. So don't draw that, don't draw that. Yes. So you got that, right? So can you go like around this way?
That might work. Or I think you have this white one included in the same space as the black ones. So I think you just need to go over. I think that works.
When I can see it, I can do it. All right. There's something there. Okay. feel like I'm missing something here, so there. It was quite a bit easier. I'm really...
Okay. So I think I brought this up one time. I think this is a model of the Buddhist temple, and these are like blueprints of them like doing stuff with it, I guess. I don't know. So all this is kind of like looks like it's kind of like the inner workings of what goes on when you're trying to make a game. But the shape of the Buddhist temple is really cool. It's kind of, you can see the grid of it here.
Okay, so I'm really confused as to... I'm really confused as to what your experience is. I say Ogotu, he says Ogatu, which probably means... He insists on pronouncing everybody's names differently than mine, which probably just means I'm O for whatever. But whatever.
Is it a go-to or Ogatu?
I don't know, but... I've always said Ogotu.
Maybe it's Og-At-U.
I think we should just call him Gogurt.
Gogurt?
Yeah. But
I mean, if he's fine with that. He or she is fine with that.
he's definitely a guy.
Alright, if he's fine with that.
But anyway, I mean, it sounds like you know some things and then you're like, oh, I figured it out. And then you're like, oh, there's this secret thing. So...
Ogatu says there's a secret thing?
Like you were telling us about the statue or whatever, yeah.
The statue or the thing in the forest that he was talking about? Or he said, did you find like the crate in the forest, deep in the forest?
Oh yeah, there was that. I remember mentioning. The statue that comes out of the water.
Oh, okay.
Forced.
Are you complaining about this? Forced.
No, I just feel like I end up speaking a lot less than I otherwise would because I think, no wait, that doesn't make sense to say that. So I end up just like sitting here and quietly playing, and I feel like I should probably say more than that.
Oh.
But that's because I don't understand things that are going on. I mean, that's on me, of course, but see, I gotta go here. And I gotta go here and here. I'll go all the way up around here. No, wait, that's not it. Huh?
But yeah, I think that's kind of what I get out of these puzzles though, is it's like kind of like what you should, the type of difficulty you should not have in video games.
See, I know this doesn't work, but how in the world do you separate that white one out? That's an interesting... That's an interesting detail.
What?
That he said he thinks it's Ogotu, but all his friends think it's Ogatu.
Oh.
So...
Sounds like I'm your friend.
I think it's a little bit... Yeah.
That's what he's saying, is that you are not friends with him.
I am him.
Oh my gosh.
But It might be too late. We might be stuck with Gogurt now.
Can we look around at some of these sketches?
Okay.
Let's just appreciate like the art of this
Let's appreciate
and not even think about the
dust
puzzles.
sketches.
There's a weird cone shape on top of it. That's a pretty good sketch. It's pretty fully realized at that point. Oh, there's the thing in there, yeah.
And then, how do I even get there, I guess?
2 major schools of Zen exist in Japan, the Rinzai and the Soto. Both have the same goal of seeing the world unmediated, but their approaches are different. In the Soto school, the emphasis is on quiet contemplation in a seated position without a particular focus for thought. The method in the Rinzai school, however, is to put the intellect to work on problems that have no logical resolution. Such problems are known as koans, from the Chinese kengan, meaning public announcement. Some are mere questions. For example, when your mind is not dwelling on the dualism of good and evil, what is your original face before you were born? Others are set in a question and answer form, like, what is the Buddha? Answer, 3 pounds of flax, or the cypress tree in the courtyard, to name but 2 of the classic responses. According to tradition, there are 1,700 such conundrums in the Zen repertoire, and their common aim is to induce a kind of intellectual catastrophe, a sudden jump which lifts the individual out of the domain of words and reason into a direct, non-mediated experience known as satori. Zen differs from other meditative forms, including other schools of Buddhism, in that it does not start from where we are and gradually lead us to a clear view of the true way of the world. It is not a progressive system in this respect. The sole purpose of studying Zen is to have Zen experiences, sudden moments, like flashes of lightning, when the intellect is short-circuited and there is no longer a barrier between the experiencer and reality. David Darling, 1996.
So I can't do any of this clever stuff from... Why does it blot out like that? This puzzle's hard enough without this post in the way. Don't ask me that question.
I don't know if I have one or not, because I don't think I have them all memorized or not. The one Einstein one was really good. We were just talking about like not being able to understand life, but being able to just appreciate like the time that you have and just try and like, I don't know. That one was very nice. We listened to it, I think, in...
Oh.
I can't remember which session we heard that one in, or where it was at, but it was nice. Forced start position. That's a little bit... that's weird.
What?
I don't think it's solvable from that position, right?
Oh yeah, just because of this.
Yeah.
Too far to the side, huh?
Oh.
Sorry, wrong way. I flipped my colors. You kidding me? I can't even read this. What?
Yeah, you do definitely have to like stop and pay attention to the audio logs to get their meaning. There's a Paul Cezanne one in the mountain? Where's that one at?
Stop it.
So
I wanted to make sure this was accessible. No, that's not.
okay. The sound effect's kind of weird in here too, how it keeps repeating that like dum. Oh, that was one away.
Yeah, that still might work. If I can remember how to. Is that even what I? That's not what I did.
Yeah, well, that was changing for what you were gonna do. Or, oh.
That's what I did. What?
That seems difficult. Maybe doable.
Like I can't hook around right here.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to do that. But
If I do that.
yeah, I don't know about that. If you walk closer, can you get that one with the top? Try it with the force perspective.
See, that leaves that, which is that.
So you can't round that corner from this perspective?
Oh, we can? Thought I tried that.
What's missing from that? Because that looks good.
Something missing to both.
Maybe here, I'll just suggest this. Try like going inward and going around like that. Maybe that'll pick something up. But I'm not sure what you're missing with that one. What's blinking when you try that solution? Because it's something that we can't see. Okay, so you gotta go 2 over at the beginning. Okay.
It's very unsatisfying. I liked my ideas back here better. No, because there were 2 dots here and here, so drawing between them here was kind of the obvious thing,
Mm-hmm.
and my thinking outside the box over there was actually grabbing only one of them,
And then letting the other
and
one
then
pick
the
up
other
the-
one grabbed
Yeah.
the second one. So I kind of liked that better, but
Yeah. Do you think the stranger story related to audio logs are more interesting than any of the quotation ones? The stranger story related? What's that?
I guess I could solve these from over here, huh?
Yeah.
Guess I'll do it
wait, before
the other way.
Before you do this, I think there's some puzzles in the middle you might want to solve.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to access them here. The other way? Oh, are you kidding me?
That one's actually not straightforward. Okay.
I'm really not sure what's...
Most of the audio logs hidden in the challenge caves and bunkers are just conversations between the voices of the people who recite the quotations that are spread around the island. Strange things going from boring conversations to ethical dilemmas and debates between them. I guess we'll have to look out for that. I thought I remembered that too, like where they would have like character breaks later on, but I don't think I've done the inside the deepest part of the mountain enough times to remember that all the way through.
Is that the only one, or is there more in there?
I think there's a couple. I think there's like 2 or 3, but I'm not sure.
And the other way of going through this doesn't give you access to them.
There's one.
Ooh.
That's pretty rough.
I can't even see what that one is. Is that 3?
Yeah. And then yeah. So is that force that the 2 Tetris ones have to be together?
Yeah, because how else would this one reach the side?
Yeah. Forced.
You just start cutting these off.
I think it's 3 instead of 4. I think it's 3 Tetris blocks. Oh, does that complete it?
Yeah.
Okay. It went up though? Okay, never mind. Oh, so that has to be completed.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I thought that was something for the... Never mind.
Just
Okay.
for the puzzle count?
Yeah. So I think the only thing that's left is the puzzles on the left. Come to me, Joey.
Why do they care about that?
Why does it care about what?
This one path is inaccessible right there?
Yeah, that's a little inelegant. But
I mean, like, I don't know what it.
like, what solution that would give you?
Yeah.
Maybe it might not even be something for the puzzle, but it might be like it might allow you to walk around in a certain way they didn't want.
I'm just like excited that I can read it. And just... Whoa.
Forced.
This doesn't look good. Look at my cursor.
Huh?
Look at my cursor. It's below the
Yep.
the path.
That is foreshadowing. That's fun. I do like how it takes that into account, right? How like it tries to move you to the next puzzle, but then just gives you the best angle that it can get.
Mm-hmm. You have to just kind of. Guess and hope, I guess, because can't see shit here. Oh, see, I was not even aware that was there. Can't see.
So again, this kind of goes back to like the theme of its like artificial difficulty. Like the thing that's testing is nothing to do with the puzzles really. It's because what's interesting is like your cursor's in the same space as where it should be if it were right, you know.
Yep.
But it's strictly just displaying it weirdly.
Can't tell.
That's a good point too. It's rotated in a way where the Tetris pieces are right side, like right side up.
Oh, well, not this one.
That one's not, because that one, if it were displayed accurately, would not be a rotatable one.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
That's a pretty cool detail. I didn't notice that.
See, I tried to do it this way, and it didn't seem right.
I think that's fine, but I think you're stuck on that other piece though, because
Or am I? Wait. Yeah. I can't go that way. I just can't at all. It has to be like that, unless...
So I think there's only two orientations that L shape can be under. So I only see two.
Maybe I can join them. I didn't even think to do that. But even this is a problem, right? Yeah, it's still a problem.
Yeah, I really wish this game had like a commentary by the developers. But I feel like that's something that Jonathan Blow would probably be like, no, you should just play it and figure this stuff out for yourself. You should be a genius.
Yeah, I don't see how I can get the bottom shape this way. So this way just doesn't work. That way just doesn't work. And this way can only work really this way, and then yeah, this way doesn't work. Ruled it all out, no solutions.
Dong suggests for some more Photoshop.
I don't think that's Dong, actually.
It's two different people?
There was some evidence, I don't remember exactly how it accumulated. Okay. Because it's in the corner. It's in the corner, so it can't, like, join with the other one.
Yeah, I don't think... The only two shapes I see are this way, and I don't think this is possible, because I don't see how you can wrap it both sides, right?
Yeah.
The other thing is, like, what happened to these panels where they're all, like, burnt out and scorched on the wall?
Yeah, some kind of gunfight or something.
Somebody got so furious at the other panels. Tried to take a flamethrower to it.
Unless there's just like some that is really, really irritating.
What do you think the two civilizations are a go-to?
Trying to figure out chronology to this point, though. Stuck as fuck. 3 more on the same line.
Go ahead.
Hey, I got my shapes in. Oops, actually we'll go like this. Right there, I got my shapes. Same with this.
Got your shapes in again?
Yep, just went around the other way. I was trying to think if there was some way to meet all the shapes in the middle. It doesn't work.
They show where all these like industries are on the island, but they don't show any food sources on the island.
Apples.
Oh, good point. Never mind. Retracted, because they even have the person with they have the knife and the person eating the apples.
Yeah.
Never mind.
They're all apple vegans. Because that one doesn't rotate. This one doesn't rotate.
It's a good point, Master Procrastinator.
Because the rest have been eaten.
They gotta ration it. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Doritos too. People just eat Doritos and powdered donuts there.
Still hankering for Doritos?
Oh yeah?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh yeah? No, I'm always ready for Doritos.
Alright. And powdered donuts.
Mm-hmm. Solid combo right there.
Yeah.
Sweet and spicy, depending upon the Dorito. Where is the dog? I heard people mention this before.
I am tired of this puzzle. What am I
Do you
missing?
want an answer?
Is it just am I just I mean I'm obviously overthinking this. I like how you completely
Dong picked a different vice for this episode. You like how what?
I like how you go straight from hint to an answer. So
Well, I don't know a good hint for this one.
is it as hard as I'm making it out to be?
So I guess one question you could ask is, of the Tetris pieces, which ones can possibly be connected, if any?
I got this.
Okay.
But then I can't go back and get the other shape.
Okay. I have another hint, but it leads pretty directly to the answer.
See, this one down here, this one up here, whatever it is.
There's the fish and the reflection on Symmetry Island. They're not actual fish, but a reflection of fish.
See, I can go like that, or I can go like that. And that kind of forces this, and then I can't grab the other shape.
There's an octopus. There's an
Because
octopus.
of that thing.
I guess there's also a snake on the island too, by that logic. Where's the octopus though? I don't remember seeing that one. Okay, I'll give you a non-answer hint. You're missing something kind of simple, or like, I don't know if that's probably not a good hint.
You mean like information on this puzzle?
Yeah, that's not a good hint. Sorry.
It doesn't. Do I combine all three shapes? I don't think that's possible. I tried.
I don't think it's possible either. Because, like, connecting the two that you connected, that's like the shortest way you can connect those two spaces, and then there's not enough room to connect the other one. So, yeah, I don't think
I
it's
was
possible.
trying to build it in the middle, but yeah. And yeah, with this this one has to kind of bulge out here, so
Yeah.
this is garbage. I hate this. Did you remember this, or is it just obvious to you?
So there's one shape you tried. There's another way you can draw it.
Well, I mean, I can go this way, and I can go this way.
Uh-huh. Yeah. That's something you should think about.
I can't go this way because it blocks the other shape. Because you can't rotate it.
Okay.
No?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, this one has a bunch of orientations, so I wouldn't be surprised if I missed one there, but there's not very much with this. There's that, and there's that. Then once I rise out of here, like, kind of, once I move this, if I try this, that's forced pretty much.
Yeah.
And then I'm stuck over here.
Yeah. So that's not gonna work.
If I go like this, now I'm up here. And I've gone through all four, and then I went through all four again, and I went through all four again, and then I went through all four again, and then I went through all four again, and it didn't work any of those times before. So, like, the way it's showing right now, that doesn't work. Because of that. I go like this, see the camera, it's like that.
Helpful hints from chat. Multiplayer version? We kind of have a multiplayer version of this game right now. We have 2 people can move the mice around.
Yeah, we have 2 mice. It's not really these that are the problem, it's the environmentals that could be sabotaged. That really long one in the boat.
Chat's dropping a lot of truth bombs right now. It's too much to process.
That way?
There you go.
That's retarded.
This game sucks.
Oh, I can't get over that way? Because of the junk pile or whatever? I see. Yeah, I was able to just kind of slip through there before.
Yeah, that first solution you had is a really good solution because you can get access to, I think, 2 or 3 of the, I guess 3 of the 4 puzzle types, all in one.
And yeah, if I try it now. Oh, now I see how this gets in my way. Because I can't go set up a platform over there.
I think you can do something that's kind of like a greedy sort of thing where you can just make a path that goes here and then solve the puzzle and then just use that to just solve those puzzles and then make an actual solution that can get you out of there. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, probably can't get anywhere though. Yeah, see, because it's just...
Excuse me.
I mean, unless it lets me hop across on the dot, but I doubt it. Yeah, it does not. Alright. That'll give me...
Greedy solution.
Yeah. It'll let me run all along here.
Hit your head on Deborah Cliff to make a hole.
Okay.
Again, more artificial difficulty here.
Yeah. So the time when you just pause it, you just... Or not pause it, hit the screen cap. When it, like...
If it ever lines
floats,
up perfectly?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Does it ever line up perfectly? Looks like it's going for a perfect lineup now, like on the next pass. Maybe.
I'll try not.
Maybe not. It looks a little high.
It's a pretty good pass.
That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty much it right there. It's a good hint to go to. Kill EXE is always a way to win the game.
Yeah, that's not going to work because...
Because of that corner.
Yeah.
dinner, chicken dinner. Oh, it's a simple puzzle. That's nice. Just giving you guys a break.
I'm not gonna touch it. I bet it explodes as soon as I touch it.
No, dude. They're just giving you a break.
Shut up.
So you know, like in games, how they reward you after like a grind with like a treasure chest at the end of the tunnel. That's what this is. This is Jonathan Blow selling out and doing the Skyrim game design model.
Okay, so I have a simple solution to this. This isn't hard, but yeah. No, sorry.
I'm totally feeling it.
I know the trick, and even then it's just hard to focus, right? To focus on just the cursor and not the grid. Okay.
Hey, Retro Gamer. So we got orange, pink, purple. What other colors do we have? Green, blue. Okay.
Okay, so go back to putting in what we thought was the good solution.
Yeah.
Like, just
That works. I think.
think as long as we hit that one spot over there.
I like the sound effect for the
Walking on
yeah. You're walking on energy. Is the dog around here? That would be kind of interesting if he put that same sort of mechanic in this game, like he did in Braid.
Oh yeah, this kind of drove me crazy because I think there's no environmentals around here, even though it looks you.
But it just looks like there should be.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure there's not.
It's just a nice little vista.
Yeah.
Can we? There's two things. Can we look around this area, like the things that he's building? Because it looks like there's like windmill models over there.
Yeah, there's that.
And then when we walk down the stairs, it looks like we passed like something to look at. It's like a lit area up there.
Up here?
Yeah, to the left. Yeah, it's like right there when you're walking down the stairs on the right.
Oh,
That
this.
thing. Yeah.
Oh, I saw this. In my rotating desktop
Screenshot?
backgrounds.
Oh, okay.
And this came up, and I had no idea what it was referring to. It was just like zoomed in on this.
It looks like a librarian.
Yeah.
Cool. Is there no librarian audio log there? I wasn't seriously asking, I guess, but
Yeah, I miss a lot of things, so
it's cool how the stone kind of like bends around as an archway, it looks like. Where's that light coming from? That's the stairway you walked down when you first came down. Got some windmill designs here. It's kind of cool. These are probably actual designs for the windmill that they...
yeah. Especially like you can tell something like this.
Yeah, or
Trying to
like
figure-
the dark line that they have down the center is probably like an environmental puzzle that they were thinking about doing at one point in time.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about this one too.
And then maybe these are treehouse designs in this tree to the right here. I think that's probably what that is. That's not too dissimilar from what the final product is. That one's pretty out there.
I like that one.
It's rendered kind of weird. It doesn't look like a 3D model, right? It just looks like a skin. It's kind of interesting.
It's made out of people.
Huh?
It's made out of people. You just said it was skin.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Continue.
Look at this. I've never noticed this stone arch over here, too, as you're walking down.
Oh, I think I saw that before.
It's an explorer.
Some backpacker. Oh, can I? No.
You could probably hit it from here. Looks like a hit.
I don't remember the shape of this thing.
I'm reading these hints.
I don't remember the puzzle over there.
We'll get to it eventually.
Yeah.
Here's some more artificial difficulty. I like how they just fall down. There's no path for them to escape to go to the tire stack. Goddamn right, I read everything.
What? Can't do it.
Oh, the panel to our right is missing its border too.
Yep.
I wonder if they use a similar model for all those, because all of them have exposed wires as well. Only 2 parts of this game give me trouble. We're well on our way to them. And colors are still out there.
You want to do some color algebra? What?
For this? I don't think this one's...
Yeah, but you love it.
I would love color algebra. I don't know.
Forced. This is the same as this, and that's the same as this.
Yep. That looks good.
No, it looks bad. So I gotta stay on this side to link these together, but I gotta get back over and cut these apart.
I think you can do that.
And then over here?
Yeah. That's not how you had it before.
What are you talking about? This is garbage.
That's not garbage. You got gold right now.
I need to get over here.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're split. It's bad. These are split.
Those are not the same color.
Don't they have to? What's the rule on them again?
They have to be with something of the same color, but exactly one thing.
Oh. Something like that. Oh, this needs to be with this. You still stand by this looking good?
Yeah.
You realize I hate. You actually have the whole thing?
What do you mean?
You solved it?
Yeah, I think I have a solution.
Go for it. I don't care. Go for it. So, I think it's trying to tell me what's not working. But it can't even flash it properly.
To try and figure out like what's with what.
Yeah. You can tell these three are together and these three are together. I mean, it's... Just trying to get some damn clues. I guess these are all one. These are all one.
Someone called this the party puzzle. This is the party puzzle. Now we need 70s music instead of 90s music.
Yeah.
That's a weird color pattern.
Yeah, I don't really know what... No.
This is one of the ones where it's not as hard as the previous ones.
Yeah, I just misdrew it.
There's pictures of the island as a whole. Oh, there's the waterfall. That's interesting. I believe this is another puzzle that's one of your favorites, right?
Yeah, because each way to solve it has its own purpose. I don't want to draw it here. I need to draw it one of these.
Oh, okay. A go-to says that the Paul Cezanne audio log is in there between some of the
Yeah, I
drawings.
see.
Oh, okay.
We'll be back over there.
This is one of my favorite puzzles in the game, but I think it's also one of the more difficult ones.
So I see where this is going. So if I do this, whoops. Okay.
Yeah, this is a really good puzzle.
Well, It's okay. I mean, like, isn't it just like... I mean, you could take any puzzle with a lot of elements and split it up like this, right?
Yeah. Actual hints. Master Procrastinator says, actual hint, step back. Notice that none of these panels have borders around them. These are all fucked up. That's weird. Oh. That's weird.
Yeah, because I'm controlling this one. That one goes out and these two don't.
What's the ones that are solved stay? Or I guess it fades out. It takes longer to fade out or something. I don't get that. What happens if you step back? I'm curious about that hint.
Just means that you can see them all at once.
Okay.
So that's simple enough to take care of that.
Okay. So now the actual hint might be.
Yeah, so that no longer works.
The thing I like about this puzzle series is it's not just as simple as adding all of these things onto a single puzzle. Like it, because it feels like it should be the same thing as that. Like if all these elements were on the same puzzle, it's like you're just solving that one puzzle, but it's not the case. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
I have no idea why it wouldn't be the case. I mean, unless the only case would be is if you're using the same, which I guess you are using. I guess that one square does have multiple elements on it. So if you allowed that for general puzzles, then it would be, right? Is that what you're talking about? The fact that this upper left has...
So like for example, if on this one, say in another puzzle, there's like a white space here and a black space here, like those would have, if those were on the same puzzle, there'd be like no solution or something like that. But like if they're on different puzzles, it's fine. You know what I'm saying?
I suppose so. Maybe there's certain stipulations in terms of not repeating certain symbol types. You can always hope your next solution gives you, or that your previous solution gives you the next one for free, but that's just never, ever, ever the case.
Yeah. Which that's like impressive design too, right?
Yeah, to kind of figure out what people are most likely to put in, because, you know, whatever the magic solution for all the panels is, you could have just put that one in every time. That's weird. So I guess kind of one simplifying observation is that these two are white, but they have to remain separate because of these two.
Yep.
So they're not really. Feel kind of pressed against the edge here with needing to keep these in the same region, but not these. Right, so the fact that, I mean, you have to draw a line here because these two,
Why do you have to draw a line there? I'm honestly asking. I don't know.
these two have to be in the same region,
Mm-hmm.
but these two have to be in different regions, right?
I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. I think I see what you're saying.
I'm not sure this is it.
Before you do that, you gotta get that guy.
Yep. Well, that's why I was looking. I was just gonna hold it and check over all of them. What did I have drawn here? Okay, so
I think just the first panel.
but that's not trivial to bring back.
think there's a way you can solve it with a minor change.
You think a minor change can solve it? Oops.
I think that's good.
That looks good, yeah. What? It looks like that's fine, right?
Yeah, that does.
Yes, I actually got a free one. Just gotta remember so I don't forget.
Take that, Jonathan Blow.
Except now you wonder what the other solution was.
GD hack. So I thought about only going up like 1 square for it.
Oh, okay.
That might have been it. Uh-oh. Better be drinking a lot of absinthe to keep pace with double Q.
I guess I should.
You getting thirsty?
Maybe a little bit. Probably calm me down a little bit.
Calm my nerves.
You can't tell I've been getting irritated. Uh-oh. What? Oh, painful.
Eyes of Era, 2 weeks. What does that mean?
Eyes of Ara is a game that has been generously donated to me in the hopes I will play it.
Oh.
So,
Is it a puzzle game?
yeah, it's like a Myst style game.
Okay. So there's the Cezanne audio log somewhere behind us.
Right.
Or I think he said it was in between drawings.
It's too much of a giveaway, man.
What?
Oh wait, I think I did find this the first time through, wherever it is.
That's what they said in chat.
Oh, I
that it
know.
was in between. Oh.
Chat gave away too much.
I don't know if I remember even finding this one.
And was this the only floor that had drawings? Okay.
I think so, because I think that's when he said it. It's on the floor in the corner there now. Oh, there it is. That's it, right over there. What you got, Paul?
You see, a motif is this. He put his hands together, drew them apart, the 10 fingers open, then slowly, very slowly, brought them together again, clasped them, squeezed them tightly, meshing them. That's what one should try to achieve. If one hand is held too high or too low, it won't work. Not a single link should be too slack, leaving a hole through which the emotion, the light, the truth can escape. You must understand that I work on the whole canvas, on everything at once. With one impulse, with undivided faith, I approach all the scattered bits and pieces. Everything we see falls apart, vanishes, doesn't it? Nature is always the same, but nothing in her that appears to us lasts. Our art must render the thrill of her permanence along with her elements, the appearance of all her changes. It must give us a taste of her eternity. What is there underneath? Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. Everything, you understand? So I bring together her wandering hands. I take something at right, something at left, here, there, everywhere. Her tones, her colors, her nuances. I set them down, I bring them together. They form lines, They become objects, rocks, trees, without my planning. They take on volume, value. If these volumes, these values, correspond on my canvas, in my sensibility, to the planes, to the spots which are there before our eyes, then my canvas has brought its hands together. It does not waver. The hands have been joined neither too high nor too low. My canvas is true, compact, full. But if there is the slightest distraction, if I fail just a little bit, above all, if I interpret too much one day, if today I am carried away by a theory which runs counter to that of yesterday, if I think while I paint, if I meddle, whoosh, everything goes to pieces. Paul Cézanne, as related by Joachim Gasquet, 1921.
Yeah, so this is pretty frightening proposition here. Because you can actually separate them. These two have to go together if I'm not going over here. Apparently I have to solve it twice.
Why'd you say that?
I mean,
See a double key.
alright. Whatever the hell this is, okay. Because something here. Right, like I gotta make this stick.
Yep.
And this is just kind of what I remember from before, just the however the hell this worked, its brilliance was basically beyond my understanding, because it's just like you can put some of these on here and it just like forces all these.
Go to, I don't know if touching tips solves anything in this situation. One of the rare situations where touching tips doesn't solve something.
I have to be able to.
You have to draw something with the other one.
Right, and even that seems like a tough task.
Good to know.
Talking about.
Oh.
That certainly doesn't accomplish anything.
What?
I can't draw the line in there.
No. What was your first solution?
I think is it this way. Oh, it had to been. This. Damn it. No. Okay. So I mean, I don't know what this really accomplishes.
Yeah.
Rimmer? Hey, hey. I don't know how to. That doesn't do me any good.
I mean, it's a solution, but then you can't do anything with the other line, I don't
Right.
think.
And that is ultimately what I want. So I guess if this was going over there. draw this over there as a solution because it seems like
Yeah, you have to like leave a path open for the other one to get somewhere.
yeah, but it can't get over here because
It locks one of those things
all
off.
3 of these. Like I don't know how to. I guess.
So the other line probably needs to do something non-trivial.
Yeah, but I gotta split all these. Those were on the same region? Wow.
Huh.
Apparently those were still in the same region, so.
Yeah.
What the hell did I do? What did I do? What did I have over here? I just had something.
First solution or?
The one that it was fine except these 2 were. Because all I had to do was just change this. Now I can't remember what I was doing. It was like this maybe?
Yeah, and then went over, down, and back up or something.
Yeah.
I don't think the other line can do anything with that though.
So now I can do something like this. These are separated now. Keep wanting to do that. That gives me a lot of freedom over here. Yeah, this is what I remember. So that gives me a lot of room. Now I can actually do something meaningful with this. Not that I'm entirely sure what I want to do with it, but. Where is this? What I want to label it? All right, that's helpful.
The question is what is this game about? You're seeing the end. Well, we're probably about 2/3 of the way through the game. It's a game about drawing lines.
Well, we're about 2/3 way to 100% completion.
Yeah.
We're like
90%
of the way to
game.
the actual ending.
But it's kind of about developing like symbolic logic.
See, now you've given my chat all the ideas.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's an interview with John Blow saying that you need to separate the blacks and the whites. He says that verbatim. So that's the type of person we're supporting by playing this game.
Annie's a genius. He just might know something.
Jesus. I don't know how to react to this in person. This is something that I always like cringe to when I'm at home. I know you're joking, but it's tough to be in the same room hearing the joke.
It's a pendulum, right? We
Yeah.
were swinging over here, and then we were swinging over there, and I'm telling you, we're coming back over here now. Just get with it.
All right, let's focus on the let's focus on the puzzle,
All right.
not the social puzzle. Problems we can solve quickly.
Didn't Charlie Chaplin like marry a 12-year-old or something?
Oh no,
What?
did he?
There's different times.
Sorry, no more heroes.
Everybody typing into Google. I mean, you're saying go on to the puzzle. Like, I'm actually thinking about the puzzle while we're doing this. Just because these two are really close to this starting point, it's kind of... It doesn't offer a lot of freedom. So maybe I have to do this little dance back and forth across the chasm one more time, or maybe I'm going completely the wrong direction. That's frightening. Can I just whip this through here now, though? Might work.
See you, Sinani.
But I just got it. Yay! Alright, what is this puzzle? Yeah, it's kind of hard to draw from the other angle, huh?
This is like a weird puzzle too. Like why does it even draw the? I don't know. I guess it's fine. Like why it draws like the
Like
breaks
this?
in it. It doesn't want you to go around the loop. I guess. I don't know. Just seems weird.
Descending, right? So it'd be like that, right?
Huh.
Do.
Yeah. Oh, that's where it came in. Are you trying to do that? Is this a bug? It'll have to be. It'll have to send it back up, right?
It has to send it back up. I just wanted to watch it from over here.
Game over.
Alright. Can't see it anymore. I done broke it. There it comes.
Come back up. That should have been an environmental puzzle. Like, have something on the top of it.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe you could get it from the stairs then. So it'd have to-
You could have it, like, connected to something in the background.
yeah, there you go. It's a very good question. You've seen my series of Myths 1 and 3? Still haven't decided. It'll take a lot of...
Doritos puzzle.
Oh, fudge. It almost looked like a audio. But anyway, I've got to figure that out. I got to sort my life
What's
out.
over there?
Go back up.
That's fine. I was just curious what that was. That, like, spotlit area was.
There's more here.
Oh my god. Looks like the bunker. Bunker plans. Oh, that's easy environmental puzzles. I think there's an environmental puzzle.
Oh.
I think there's an environmental puzzle for getting that one. For
Yes.
But
There is.
I
Yeah.
don't remember how to get it though.
That is hard. We'll
Yeah.
get it.
Can you? I guess you've already gotten the pink one.
Yeah, I already got the pink one.
There's no added benefit for it. Can you not click on the pink one?
Probably can.
All right, yeah. All right, yeah. Interesting. Cool. All right, what's in this room?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Got floor puzzles and this.
What's that? Who knows? I'm so ashamed of myself for not like being like, yeah, there's more here.
You don't remember?
I mean, there were things like that, but I just never knew how to get there.
You eventually got here.
I got here because I saw your stream and you had already like gotten there, and I was like, oh, there's more.
Yeah.
It ain't over.
Yeah, I advertised you to everyone like you were the one that knew this game really well.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, this was 2 years ago. I might know it well now and not have known it well then.
So, like, we can just put in obvious shit right now. You know, life's...
Obvious.
It lights it up. But just like everything else in this tower, there's going to be more to it.
Yeah, the puzzles do get progressively better as you go lower in the mountain. Like, the top ones are just annoying. They get better and better. Like, this is an actual puzzle. This is not, like, a shitty puzzle. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I don't know if he intended for the puzzles where it's, like, blinking between white and black, if he intended for those to be actually, like, quality puzzles. It seems like they're not. It seems like artificial difficulty.
Yeah, I see. No, what I remember is that these are easy. I'm going to have to rediscover how this works, but they're like easy. There is an easy solution, but it doesn't allow you to actually do the thing that you need to do, which is kind of how that last puzzle worked.
Last one's really good. So I kind of that's a 5-step puzzle, and like you can't. I don't think you can't jump states at any point in time.
So I'll just put in like trivial shit for now. What? Oh. Keep looking up because
That looks so cool.
Okay. Yeah, I guess if you had enough... Okay, let me back up. This game is remarkably stable, just as a program. Just as the way that it, it understands paths, the way it understands, the way it comprehends just the environment, So, I guess if you wrote really effective tools, to be able to solve these types of puzzles, if they were fully robust, so like you could input anything, and it'll output the set of solutions. Then you could reverse engineer.
Sweet puzzles.
Yeah, you could make.
Yeah.
You could work backwards and figure out how to make these multi-layered puzzles, because then, like, you could make sure that however this one worked, this macro puzzle worked, that it had, that each of the possibilities had 0 solutions except for the one that you needed, and then then you design the inner puzzles such that.
I do think that's kind of part of the meta-narrative of this, because I guess we're going to maybe stepping ahead a little bit. So when you get to the challenge, that's when you realize that you can generate puzzles. It's not just these pre-programmed things where it's like, I know the exact path that can solve it, and I'm going to like hard-code all these things in. He can generate puzzles on the fly.
Yeah, you can generate puzzles on the fly, but obviously these were very carefully hand-selected.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
so like he probably
up until that point you don't know that, right? Or like you don't know that he could generate a bunch and just pick the cool ones from it or something like that. The idea, I guess, is that he thought all of these out specifically and like knew the exact solutions and maybe hard code the exact solutions in or something like that.
Well, you can kind of suspect, I guess, just based on the level. I mean,
yeah,
I guess it's possible to come up with all of these by hand, but there comes kind of a point well before the challenge where you kind of figure that in order to make this many puzzles with these kinds of properties, right, and these limited number of solutions and so forth, that it would be a lot easier to be able to engineer them if you could generate a whole bunch of puzzles where you knew all the solutions to each and could handpick for the general effect that you wanted.
Yeah, because then you could run like other tests on them, like is it symmetric or is it blah blah blah.
Okay. So I think I remember how this works. Now that I'm seeing it, I didn't remember it all until right now.
interesting thing is the small puzzles are 4x4s and the bigger ones are 5x5.
Yeah.
Is that true? Yeah.
Actually, if I remember right, there's 2 solutions to this, but I don't know. Maybe not. Okay, we'll wait.
Yeah, I like the level of detail too, how you can see the pixels on this one. Yeah, that's cool.
I guess a go-to could just like never follow up and just say
He might
wait.
Can I see the whole panel?
You mean
It's interesting.
you mean the floor, the whole floor like this?
Touch tips, dude. Oh my god.
Is this what you wanted to see?
Market NSFF FW.
You just loved it. All right.
It's a good puzzle. It's a
Okay,
good
so
puzzle.
yeah, so it is this big.
That's great too. How it's like how it can do that sort of stuff on the fly.
Okay. So it's a symmetric deal. But yeah, it's a 5x5, so like whichever ones are included is, I mean, that could be 3 or 4. This has to be 3. That's 3 or 4. That has to be 4.
Okay. What's the one on the top left? What are the options for that?
3 and 3.
Okay.
I mean, it's different, but yeah. So I mean, these are all, well, yeah, these are all different options. I guess, but also whenever you draw the pattern, you don't know, or I don't know whether it's going to be on the inside or the outside, right? So that'd be weird. Do something like that. It's a weird sound as I pull back from. Any comment on the sound?
No, I agree. It's weird.
No, I like it. It's just, I feel like there's a storm brewing. You know, the pull-out sound. because of the tip touching problem, there's going to be all 5 of these are going to be in that middle channel, right? So you can make 7, you can make 9. It's kind of...
What's the tip touching problem?
The fact that you cannot cross the line across here, right?
Yeah.
So like all these 5 make up the same region, right? Because we're picking which shapes we're gonna put on the bigger puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
But all 5 of these have to be in the same region, and it seems like because you have the 2 outer, because you have the 2 regions, right? You're gonna be making. Well, I guess you could do something funny like this. Like if you do something like this, you could cut off more squares, I guess. But the idea of these being, like, obviously this and this are going to be, if they're on the inside, they're going to be in the same region. Otherwise you got them on like multiple outside regions or something. You can make this one work, but then that'll make that not work.
I don't think I understand.
This one over here
Mm-hmm.
has L shapes. This one doesn't have L shapes. So like I can't just go draw an L shape over here because then it'll symmetrically draw an L shape over there.
Yeah. One thing that is interesting is like even that L shape over there is rotational, but the way you have it drawn in the pattern makes it probably non-rotational, since it's not at an angle anymore.
Is that true?
Oh.
It's a worthy question, right? So let's. Or no, I can't rotate in my head. Or is that the one I want?
Well, I'm saying like however you draw it with this puzzle, it's going to be right side. You know what I mean? Like you can't, because since the puzzle is like straight up and, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, let me test the mechanic here. So if I want... Okay. So you can rotate it within here, but then you fix it, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I had to do that experiment I just did right now to learn that.
That's pretty cool though.
You guys thinking ahead of me while I'm trying to talk my way through restrictions this puzzle presents?
I'm going to start calling Ogotu Ogatu again since he spelled my name wrong.
Just call him Gogurt.
GG.
That's kind of like 2 steps. I don't know if that works. Call him OG.
OG? OGGG? Oh, an audio log.
That's weird. In here? Like accessible or in the background of backgrounds?
I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say that. I don't know how you would have seen it.
See, I'm always afraid when I see these names that I don't recognize. Is that it might be some character of some popular anime or something that I have no idea that I don't know about. Oh, it's right there. So I always figure
Looked
I'm just
at
uncultured.
On the astronomical timescale, humanity is at the very beginning of its existence. A newborn babe, with all the unexplored potentialities of babyhood.
You don't know that.
And until the last few moments, its interest has been centered absolutely and exclusively on its cradle and feeding bottle. It has just become conscious of the vast world existing outside itself and its cradle. It is learning to focus its eyes on distant objects, and its awakening brain is beginning to wonder, in a vague, dreamy way, what they are and what purpose they serve. Its interest in this external world is not much developed yet, so that the main part of its faculties is still engrossed with the cradle and feeding bottle, but a little corner of its brain is beginning to wonder. James Jeans, 1928.
It's nice, but he doesn't know that.
He doesn't know what.
That we're at the very beginning.
Are you claiming we're at the very end?
I'm not claiming anything. He's the one claiming it.
You're making a counterclaim.
I'm not even doing that, right? Pointing. What's that called? The fallacy?
What's the fallacy?
You point out something as a fallacy, it doesn't mean you're taking the opposite position.
What?
But there's actually something.
Is calling the counterclaim claim a fallacy? Is that a fallacy?
You're just saying words, but
I am.
yeah.
It's a lot of redundant words in that sentence.
There actually is a lot of postulation in that when it comes to pondering our existence.
Who is James Jeans? That's what I'm pondering right now.
James Dean?
It was not James Dean.
Alright, so that one's... I'm going to try to put them all in one here. So if they're all... I'm going to try to put all 4 of these in the middle thing, which would mean that we would need an odd number. So that's 4, that's 3. So we would need a 4 and a 3. Okay, it's good enough. So a square.
If you do it in the middle, you have a minimum of 9 spaces then? Like 5 down the middle and then the 4 that the shapes are on?
Yeah, but it's actually more fixed than that, right? Because you got to add the actual shapes together.
Yeah.
So 4 plus 4 plus 3 plus 3 isn't going to work. Okay, so...
Yeah, there's 2 that are 3 and 3. There's 2 that are 4
let's do the 3 3 first.
Or sorry, there's one that's 3 3. There's 1 4 4, and then there's 2 that are 3 4. So the total ranges between, what is it? 13 and
15.
15. Yeah. astronomer, physicist. Okay. Makes sense why we would have a, I don't know, what is it? A view of humanity, you know, from far away. I always thought that, like, it might be a good thing to, like, force astronomy class into, like, high school curriculum. Because it forces you to think of, like, have a perspective, like a really big perspective, and kind of have humanity be a very small perspective within it.
So I can't get these, even though they have the rotation symbol on them, I can't get either of these to lay flat, huh? Yeah, like they've got to be...
Yeah, that's a good observation. You can actually. Yeah, you can actually.
Yeah, like you got like this, but then you realize it's the wrong orientation.
No, there's a way to do it.
On just one of them or both of them?
I see one way to make one shape flat and one orientation.
This way? No.
Almost like a really nice solution where it's like 3, then 4, and then a line, but I don't know what to do after that.
No way, this way. Kinda guessing right now.
Yeah, so we got 13. At least it's an odd number.
See what?
I was counting up the total. I think we have 13. Needs to take up 13 spaces.
Yeah, so I was kind of doing like, this is 15, right?
So you're trying to
Just take
every
away
possibility of taking away 2, yeah.
taking away, yeah, one on either side, but then that didn't work, so we could try to add one back in. Another cheesy crap, but I don't think that works. Kind of want to do this, honestly. Wait, how do I draw that?
I don't know if it's possible.
Yeah, that doesn't look possible.
Forced.
And make them outside, huh? fairly promising, actually.
Huh?
It's fairly promising, actually.
The words of my old friend Neo. Pretty good, actually.
Now this one splits them. Isn't there another solution where they're together, like all in the middle region?
I was not aware of a solution like that, but that does not mean it's not the case.
For each of the small panels.
So you had the layout, like you got the right 4 puzzle pieces the first time through.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like this seems like a relatively cheap solution. I think there's a better one, or like a kind of a cooler one where they all meet in the middle, right?
I don't know.
I think that's what he's saying in the chat here.
So that's forced.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood, but man, maybe I got to go back to my old witness stream from 2 years ago. But I thought there was another solution with them all in the middle.
So that's the 3 one, right? And then you have a one that has to be 4, so 7.
That has to be 3.
So it's 10. So then, so this would have to be the 3 piece if we were to do that. So then you got 2 things
13.
forced. 3 wide's fine. I don't know. The thing is, it's like so hard to get the symmetry between like a piece that juts out like that and then one that juts out the other way. I don't know.
Let's see.
Like I could get a line and then the L and then the 1, but then you're stuck.
I think I see the problem, but what was the orientation this was?
If you do it horizontal,
You have
it's-
one down on the right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the other shape for the top left one?
The same, just like,
Facing to the
Yeah.
left, yeah.
I think. Yes.
Yeah. So you could get like a row of like 9 in a row. Then that's, I don't know.
missing here? 2, 3, 4.
Oh shit, shady.
You got it? I still got it. It's you sent me a message here on Twitch. That's not going anywhere. I think I've still just been working on the same game though. So I gotta do this, and Double Q sent me Eyes of Aura, so I gotta do that one next. But yeah, I'm always in need of more.
Always room for more puzzles.
Always room for no more puzzles, yeah.
I want to figure it out. Alright, so we got like 2 options, right? Like it could either be like 3 or it could be 1 in the middle column.
Yeah.
If it's 1, it could either be one of those pieces or it could be one of those pieces, right? If we change like what that one is.
See, we're all trying to figure this out. I actually feel like I'm really close, but I haven't seen it yet. In fact, I actually found one, but it required 2 of these, not one of these and one of these. So it was, just a tiny bit away. That's what I've been saying, though. Like, I'm sure there's another solution here. What? I already did these. Well, I haven't done that one, but we'll do it later. And yes, we're anticipating this, and we're also aware of the flexibility of these, or the lack thereof here, but these 2. Yeah, that was forever ago. Yeah. You can see that it highlights. Boom.
So many good hints, you guys.
I know. It's very helpful. Okay, so I know that. Okay.
Okay, is it possible to do like straight line, L shape like this, and something like that, and then something like that? I think that works.
That
if this one goes to the right,
that's the other way.
Yeah, I think that works. So sorry for doubting you. Night. Thanks for all the hints.
Shut up. I think it's just this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hooray! And now we're in hell with Jonathan Blow designing puzzles.
Isn't that just the same thing?
I suppose that might be true.
I'm pretty sure it's in the Bible somewhere. Your description
When
of
you go to hell,
Jonathan
design
Blow
puzzles.
puzzles.
Ooh.
In any case, our 3 days old infant cannot be very confident
that's the
of
other
any
one.
interpretation it puts on a universe which it only discovered a minute or 2 ago. We have said it has 70 years of life before it, but in truth, its expectation of life would seem to be nearer to 70,000 years. It may be puzzled, distressed, and often irritated at the apparent meaninglessness and incomprehensibility of the world to which it has suddenly wakened up.
The water's
It
not
is
moving
still
at all.
very young, might travel half the world over before finding another baby as young and
Okay,
inexperienced
it's
as
slowly
itself.
moving. Like there, it looks like it's not
It
moving
has
at all.
before it time enough and to spare in which it may understand everything. Sooner or later, the pieces of the puzzle must begin to fit together. Although, it may reasonably be doubted whether the whole picture can ever be comprehensible to one small and apparently quite insignificant part of the picture. James Jeans, 1928.
That would have been funny if it was like a different year than the first one. Game over.
Hold on.
Thirsty?
Yeah.
That would be fun too, I'll go to. You could do that with Mark Twain. He was pretty bitter at the end of his life. He's pretty happy at the beginning, I think. It's like a mini challenge.
Yeah. You don't know.
One out of two's not bad. Do you still have to do two? Or do you only have to do the one now?
Oh, you gotta do both.
Oh boy. No, you're good.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's gentle. I don't know.
I just know it's gonna close on me.
Why did he make this room look like hell?
You know, those were different.
That's pretty. These puzzles, yeah. These are the ones that even to this day, I do not get them. I cannot easily understand them or easily solve them. God, so pretty.
Yeah. I like how you can just sail right past this in the boat. And you just stare at this helplessly.
Yeah. I like that they... See, finally Ogotu's picking it up on the artistic themes. Very vaginal here. Let's say. I like that they patched this from the beginning, because the beginning, when you beat the game was just over. And you had to, like, start over. And I was not happy with that situation.
Oh, you actually lived through that?
What do you mean?
It's not just something of legend that other people had to deal with?
I did have that happen to me. That's part of the... that was a bummer. I like how you can see the crack in the pillar, too. It's in the middle of the puzzle.
Very vaginal. What?
Yeah.
Sorry, that was too easy. I don't know what I just did there.
I think you have white connected to...
I think I have something wrong here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get rid of this. Okay. No, wait. What? Thought I had more space than that. Guess I gotta do it this way. Get out.
I agree with the first half of that puzzle.
You do? You agree with this?
Yeah. But I don't know how to do the second half.
Out of my face!
Solid pun, Ogutu. Ogutu. I think that's probably has some merit to it. There's an interview where he's talking about how, like, the idea that you want to make the concepts of the witness like be something that you could only do in a video game, like if you want to make a game about like love or something like that, you could just as easily like write a novel maybe about it, or like there's certain things where it's like it's kind of medium independent. And he was talking about how like he wanted to do things in the game that you could basically only do in video games, but a lot of it were kind of like he would just go to his team with kind of like vague ideas of like, hey, what if we try this today and try and work on like this type of puzzle or this type of thing. So I don't know.
It'd be so weird if somehow the answer went this way.
Forced.
You think it's forced?
I don't know.
I mean, I have no idea how else to get...
I think like that part where you go down and then go back up, I think that's good, but then I don't know what to do with the black pieces after that. So like white section's forced.
Yeah, so we have a white section to our right and to our left right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about that. Can you go all the way up top? Sorry. Back when you, like, yeah, if you go all the way up there and then the right, and then cut down before the black piece.
I don't know what happened there.
I think that might do it.
Just trying to look at my surroundings. Okay. Just starts doing that.
Some sort of jazz of video games? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's so mathematical. Makes me... Or there's so much logic in it that makes me kind of shy away from the idea of it being jazz, but I don't know.
Okay. Don't look at anything else. Just look across right there. Don't even look up down. Just side to side.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Oh, we got a sun up in here?
No. Oh, and it's all double.
Gross, gross, gross.
I think that you just gotta go off the fact that, like, there can only be so many paths now.
And it's rotational. Might as well just give up. And we have a whole nother set of pillars to go through.
Yep.
Oh,
What
that sounds
the
like a
hell?
bad situation. Did you get enough absinthe to save you from that situation?
Actually, this sounds pretty juicy. Tell us more.
Does it sound more or less problematic than this puzzle?
That's a good place to start
I
in
don't know.
describing this. What? How is only one of those blocks wrong?
Comes close. That seems like a good move, maybe. Wrap around, grab that sun. I have no idea. Aww. Since his fad died, is that
I
bad?
think that's a dad.
That sucks, man. It's usually something you want to find out before you introduce the person to your friends.
Nope. What?
Nice.
I thought for sure that my...
Alright. Wait. Oh, it's only partially coming up?
Pizza, beer, and puzzles. Hey, where are those Doritos and donuts, dude?
Yeah, where are they?
I don't know.
I thought you were hosting me.
No.
Man.
I... Oh. Okay. I don't know. God damn it.
Nice.
Clearly not. Oh, I remember this one.
I like how you can see the reflection of the line puzzle in the water.
If you start here, that's forced, and then we'll fall back. So.
So isn't going up there forced?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, like going up here is forced, right?
Go back to the start. That would be forced, but now you have to go, I guess, here.
But then you're forced to go up again, maybe?
Oh man, you're seeing even more. Yeah, but you're also forced to go down.
Yeah, so that doesn't look good.
Start going up, which forces this, right?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, maybe.
I think on left is forced at that point, right?
I was actually looking down at the lower. I was just kind of doing this and looking at the lower paths there to see if it was possible to get. That doesn't look good.
Down's forced.
So is up.
Yeah.
So it looks like, I'm guessing left is forced. So yeah. How far back was this path fucked?
That's fucked there. Yeah.
So yeah, that
Because
was
you're forced up and forced
that-
down.
That's forced.
Forced.
Forced, right? That's forced up. So don't go left. But then that, yeah, that means you're forced in two different directions. So don't go there. How far away am I? 2 spaces.
Yeah, I like that.
Like this.
Yeah, because it takes away. Because I think that was where we were like forced up and down at the same time.
That's can't block the exit.
There you go. Do we got outs?
No.
Oh, no. That's like so close too. Can we
Are you sure?
can we go start over there where we failed?
Start here? I thought that's what the first thing we knocked out.
Yeah, never mind. That seems bad.
Do we really rule out 1 and up?
I don't know if we did or not, but maybe try going up 2 and then over and down. Because this is where we got fucked, where we had to go force up and down. So doing something like that, maybe. Gotta go left.
I like to confirm every time.
See ya, Halo Jib.
See ya.
That looks good.
Does it?
No.
Come on.
Because because we're already fucked like 5 steps back. Because like we went. Gochu's leaving too. See you, Gochu. Because when we. Because we have to. When we get to that point, we have to go to the exit at that point.
So we're sure this isn't the answer? How did we mess this up? Place to be
Force
exit.
left.
Forced up and down, that's what it
Yeah. So we ruled out one. Try what? Yeah, I don't know. Can we go all like 4 over and then up and over?
was. Yeah, I tried that early on.
Okay.
That's forced.
Then
Up and
force up and
down.
down. Okay, so back there, like 2 steps over to the right, can we go up, over, and down? Or, sorry, 1 step before that.
And then try to wiggle this way.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Maybe.
Just down. Might be able to do that.
That looks good actually. I bet this is it.
Yeah. Left.
I always like to make sure this is where the exit is, even though I don't click. Just cool your tits.
Sorry.
Oh no. I
What?
remember these. I remember this before.
I've played this game recently and I don't remember these.
Well, I don't remember anything important. I just remember the agony.
It's a spoiler for the game. Oh no, I remember the pain. This is ruining the experience. I wanted to be
I'm gonna
surprised
guess
by how
we hit
painful.
the back one. I don't know, just because it's over here.
Yeah, it seems painful. Okay. Kick. Oh. Already missed one. So start off with a little pop-de-doodle.
Pop the doodle?
Yeah, you want to? I think the first one was good, but just go up and to the left and then over. Make a little square first.
Like this?
Yeah. I guess go. I don't know if you need to go down or not, but. That wasn't that big.
No, it was just kind of lucky.
I like how slowly they appear.
It's the mist gears.
Huh?
It's the gears and mist.
Oh.
So it's safe for me to go ahead and
We should save before we do anything, I think.
it looks saved.
Yeah, that's right. I guess you can't save in this game. I'm like pretty scared. I mean, I'm pretty scarred by this, so I'm both scarred and
I
scared.
like how it doesn't matter how you spell it, because
Yeah.
people usually misspell that. Alright, let's watch this nonsense. I like how we're at 423. Or are we?
We might have just solved one.
Nope.
That didn't count?
Nope.
That should have counted for something. Oh. Interesting. I think that's what they added, as a way to get out of the elevator. That's an interesting shape, too. Still nothing?
Haven't solved it yet.
That's the witness.
A star.
It'd be great if it just went down. He just drowned. Game over.
I can only do this.
Alright, let's try and pay attention to the audio recordings.
Fine.
It's easy to lose track of. I forget what they said in the first part. A star. Here's a climber. I don't know if we noticed that one or not. Oh, look at it, a line. Oh, that's cool. I never noticed that before.
What does that have to do with the one inside the mountain?
What?
There's a mark inside the mountain.
Yeah, that's true too. I wonder if the The box will sync up with something before that disappears then. Or as that disappears.
A bubble
A bubble in a stream.
in a stream.
A flicker. Flicker of lightning. I think that's one of them.
What is Jonathan Blow's IQ?
Ah. I can ask him next time he streams. Willy Wonka bullshit. That's right, double Q. Do you think this syncs up with the door and then it disappears?
What do you think Jonathan Blow's IQ
Kind
is?
of. Are you asking me?
I'm asking double Q.
Yeah.
You can answer too if you want. Just put it in the chat.
That is pretty good here. High enough to be insufferable. High enough to do anything useful. Damn. So I always interpret this as the concept of death, of like someone dying or whatever.
A flash of lightning in a summer cloud.
Flash of lightning. Flash of
So,
summer.
Like that every
We're
person's just
staring
like
at that. We're staring at the dark cloud.
yeah.
I don't understand how creating entertaining puzzle games is not useful.
Everything's shutting down. All your progress is done because you're dying.
Pick up some environmentals while we're up here.
That would really take away a lot of the meaning of the ending. I feel like. Chords turn off. Door shut. It's so sad seeing all the progress go back. Thank God they patched it so you don't lose all your progress for real. I like how the lights are still
A
on.
flickering
Oh,
lamp.
that's the statue? That's the statue.
Yep.
A car alarm going off.
Is that yours?
Hope not.
Go check.
It's not mine. My honk is much
I'm
more
just gonna
polite than
turn
that.
mine on in the garage.
But making all these puzzles, but
Pretty sure it's related to cancer somehow. This game is cancer.
I forgot that it went this direction. Just a little bit of a look. Are the lasers turning off? What's the deal?
Just put that cane around your neck. Pull you
Yeah, I
back in.
know.
A phantom.
A phantom.
Oh, there you
Phantom.
go. That's close to a spoiler. Is that door gonna shut?
You ready?
And a dream.
And a dream.
And a dream.
That's pretty cool. All the like imagery too. Well, I don't know. I guess I'm going to double down on my interpretation of it being like somebody like the idea of somebody living and dying or whatever. Or like the ending is like the end of their life or whatever. Because like it opens with like a star, like a flash of lightning or something. Things that are youthful or whatever, and then it goes to a phantom and then a dream or whatever. It's like fading away and dying. I don't know.
You ready?
Sure. We're going to look at.
Hi, this is Shady Paradox here with Merkelbe. We're gonna try to run through Witness for the second time. I played it a few years ago. And what do we want to say about the beginning of the game here? Oh yeah, I think you told me this before about how the game gives you these directional.
Very few times does it direct you in what to do, and this is one of the few times that it does that.
Yeah.
You also can't turn around here.
Yeah, you can't.
Which is what I found out from watching your stream 2 years ago.
It's a pretty good stream. Alright, so...
How many puzzles have we solved right now?
What are you talking about? We just loaded the game.
Yeah, I know. So it should be like 0, right?
It should be 0.
We should double check. Just to be sure.
You made this guy really nervous.
I am nervous. Oh, thank God. Alright, so it does start a new game, but you can just load your old one. And you can get out of the elevator. Okay. I could not get out of the elevator. Nor was there a save game for that.
You just didn't notice this down here.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Has it always been like that?
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Am I just bitter for no reason?
It's gotta be you.
I can't be bitter for no reason. I have to have a reason.
I mean...
Alright, fuck this bullshit. It's not the end. We're not dead. We still got some life left in us. Let's figure out the rest of the game.
That's the right way through life.
Let's look at Jonathan Blow.
This is Jonathan Blow?
Maybe. Oh, look at all those little pieces.
Does that ever come on? Is that something?
It does come on.
What?
Yes, it does. Very importantly so.
Okay. Am I supposed to focus on this right now?
No, we need to. So we need to do. It's time to do pro tier witness stuff. So we've gone through the main branch of the game. We've done the main stuff, but now
Well, we can't just go do more environmental puzzles and shit.
We can.
What was our environmental total? 103.
How many are there total?
Plus 2. 135.
Oh, that's not that many. I still vote we do the other thing.
Alright. And by alright, I mean, okay, that's your vote. That's interesting.
I accept that vote. I'll take into consideration.
Yes, that is your preference.
I think it's always been there. Damn. Maybe I'm just a sucker.
Are you sure, though? I mean, he got it, like, the day it came out, and he went all the way to the end.
I think I beat it within like a week or so, but I could go back and look at my save files. I could do that much at least. All right, so we need to go back to the top of the mountain, tip top, if we want to do my vote, which we don't have to do.
Yeah, I guess I could send the elevator up. Or down here. I'm gonna do that just to make you wait. I don't know how to do it. Yeah, see, there should be something here.
Anything on the bottom of the elevator?
Seems like the most stable way to make it is just to have a way of summoning it. You know, just don't. Uh-oh.
Is it not coming down?
Is it not coming down? There it is.
Moment of panic.
Just
Shit. Gotta take the Willy Wonka exit. Flicker of light. A phantom. In a dream.
you haven't memorized.
No. Not yet. I don't know the beginning. Those are the last three.
Are we really doing Pro Mountain right now? 10:17.
It's a decent point. I do gotta hit the old dusty trails soon.
In like 2 hours, right?
Probably like at 11. Because I got an hour drive back. I gotta go to the grocery store and get breakfast stuff. So I'm playing board games tomorrow morning. These are all very important details for the viewers. Not just any board game. Twilight Imperium.
Whatever that is. Oh, that's
Hardcore board game. So I got 45, but you can keep going after that. So we could do environmentals and like clean that up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. So
Trying to do this environmental first.
seems really tough.
I don't remember how to do it, or I don't remember ever solving. Is it okay if I help?
You never did 100% on this game?
I don't think I did the environmentals.
Hmm.
I did and I only did the challenge on the PC version. I didn't do it on the PS4. Okay, so the end result of what we want is we want the orange one to get over to that one. So I think like at some point the blue one will need to like take that one the step before the orange one can go over.
Yes. Yes.
But we need to get over there.
I mean, that's the way to get across that takes up the least amount of space.
But we could optionally change that to take the black piece if we need to.
See what
Wait.
Huh?
Well, what can we do with the other path? Or
I was thinking of turning it around, like by creating one that goes over here. Can we now?
I think I see what you're saying. Like, but okay.
I mean, we'd have to. It's actually not trivial. Damn it. Of course it's not. I can't actually do this. It's easy to look into like, oh, environmental. No, it's just the normal puzzle.
Oh, is that true?
Can you right there?
Yeah, can you get environmental off of it?
No, that's the puzzle.
Oh,
It's not a different
yeah,
thing.
that's
If I click on it, it's just going to be the normal floor puzzle.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you move? Can you move them over on the other side? Like, can you do this?
You can, but like, so we need to get the blue one to do that in order to get that, and so I don't know how. I don't know how we do that.
I was actually just gonna try to pivot the whole puzzle. I was gonna see if there was a way of.
I think. Oh, I think.
I mean, I don't know.
That's a decent idea, but I think if you like get the orange one to just wrap these around, then you get this to like wrap that around, then you can get the orange one to go over there. But I'm not sure if you can actually travel in between all those things actually, so maybe not. Maybe not, I don't know. Yeah, dude, breakfast tacos are awesome.
So the difference between a breakfast taco and any other taco is just the presence of egg, right?
Yep. And apparently breakfast tacos were invented in San Antonio in like the 70s. This has come up in work conversations for some reason.
That's interesting. But like, I still don't understand why we have to associate egg and taco with breakfast. Like, why can't you have a breakfast taco any other time of the day? Why can't you have another different taco? Taco without egg. Oh, you can't have that. You got to keep your eggs in your taco until lunch. Like,
Well, I think the reason why they call it a breakfast taco is it's like breakfast food, just in a taco.
that's true. That the question that goes further back. Why do we associate eggs with breakfast? You guys are gonna make me hungry.
It's like a barbecue taco. I don't know if that's a thing or not.
Yeah, there's such a thing as barbecue taco.
I know Valentina's has like brisket tacos, but I don't know if that's the canonical name for it though.
Can't get back over there now.
Yeah, that's a problem. But I mean, there's like the blue one could just come over here and you could do that, but then I don't think that helps us. So we need to be over here, and the blue one needs to somehow have something here. So this, I don't know.
Well, no, you're way ahead. Like, I'm thinking I'm just trying to get the blue one here
Okay.
so that I can hook the orange one here. And then the blue one can come over here, and then this can plug in over here.
Gotcha.
So I just want to be able to see this thing right here is good, but it has to stick way out here.
I see.
Just trying to regroup which ones of these go together, but that's actually a worse path than this. Or whatever I was doing. This. Alright, how do I get the blue path? Doesn't seem like I can really rope these in, though.
What if if we put this back like this, have this go around here, and then have like a blue one do that, but then you can't get back, so never mind. No.
Is this the only way?
Is what
No,
they-
never mind. If I watched my own stream from back in the day when I figured it out, does that count as a spoiler?
It's like one of those things.
It's my own work.
It's you can plagiarize off yourself, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the same thing. I agree that I think the solution is you need to make the blue here, but I think you just need to do a straight blue line. Like, to somehow make it so that...
Can we just kill it?
That'd be pretty funny.
Right, so like...
We won't be able to, because you need both of them to have be solutions for the door to open, I think.
No, but I mean, again, just temporarily. Ah. Right, so now can I just draw that little line?
Yeah.
Just needed my space. So...
Yeah, that works.
No.
The long and winding road. So now, just make the only difference. Yeah, I think yeah.
I mean... I don't know, like this, you know?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
You sure you don't want to send the elevator down first?
What?
Alright. You know, just check out the situation
You're
down
trying to get in my head.
We should, there was something over here that we should look at, yeah.
No, that was the thing we saw before, right? No.
That one we didn't, we saw the next one.
Oh, okay. That one?
I'm not sure which one that one was supposed to be. Yeah, we saw that one.
It was like a bunch of cargo crates. One of those giant ships. Oh man, that is so satisfying.
If you hover over the blue, does it highlight?
What do you mean?
It does.
Highlights the original path that we took.
That's interesting.
Whew.
Alright.
Anything else down here?
Not for this week.
Oh, right, the panel. That's important.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps one of the most important
Yes.
panels. What?
Hmm?
What? Huh?
Yes.
What's that from?
Nothing.
It's actually pretty interesting now, because now we could just get by with just doing the orange panel all the time, right? We don't even need to... We never need to make the blue panel go to be the solution, right?
Yes. Yeah. I messed it up again. Yeah, once you get that blue one out of the way like that, you have this whole situation under control. This is the way up, right?
Yes.
Yes.
What's that from?
It's Rick and Morty.
Is that the... That's M. Night Shyamalan's?
See what?
Is that the name of the episode? The one where they go to the simulated universe?
Yes.
Alright.
You did see that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The deep recesses of my memory. Yeah.
Crap. How do I get back over there? Oh, wait. No, this is the right path. Hate those.
Got PTSD from that?
Yeah, it just feels kind of gross, doesn't it? I guess they had to make sure, even in spots like this, that... I mean, obviously you can't draw the whole pattern, but, like... I guess if you can't draw the whole pattern, they go ahead and allow you to... light it up on occasion. Alright, so we're at 104 environmentals.
Let's find a tire stack, go to work.
Hey man, we're good at these.
There's a tire stack.
Yeah, let's look at the... We have 2 complete tire stacks.
You
Oh.
can start doing vaults, yeah.
Oh, I haven't been doing these. I only have 1 of these.
Yeah, I know. We don't even have a video yet.
Yeah, but I've been nervous about that. 'Cause
Oh, the copyright stuff?
yeah, that's what I thought. I'm actually hitting a thing, right? Yeah.
It's invisible touching of tips. That's the scariest kind.
Yep.
So one of my computer science friends always talked about. I saw him play it, and he always talked about how like you could do this by just pretending like this dot is blue dot that's like there, you know, like just flipping it across the axis, and then you can kind of simplify the puzzle. Mm-hmm. That's good. Look at that nice little vista.
It is a beautiful view out here. Should send the boat through here. For no reason other than just to watch the boat
just
go
watch
by.
it go by, yeah.
But then you have to do it twice, right? You gotta watch it go that way, then you gotta set it, and watch it go the other way.
You could try and set it as it was going by, if you were good, yeah. Snipe it.
I'm not good. Yep. It's another time, buddy. I'll solve vault puzzles, but I'm not gonna record those right now. 2 vault puzzles.
2 open clams. So now I wonder, is that lady out of the water now?
Is that the condition?
I mean, we walked into the elevator, we shut the doors.
Oh, fuck.
What?
We gotta do this at some point.
The purple ones? Yeah, those suck. We can do
Suck.
those. They do.
Pretty sure we want to get rid of these.
I think you can do all of them. Oh, you already got that one. There's one more.
Yeah, there's at least 3 that...
There's one right there. Oh my gosh.
What?
How picky. Oh, you gotta use like the rot? No, I don't know. Okay. So we already got 1, but there's 2 more. So we gotta try and get both of those maybe at once.
These 2 right here.
Yeah. So it looks like maybe do the middle one first and then the other one.
You can't even solve this, right?
No, yeah, you actually have to like go there.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
This game's terrible.
Why are we doing this to ourselves?
Good question. It's a very good question. So I think what we have to do is we have to come in from the other side. We have to solve it the one way so it moves, and then we have to solve it so it starts moving back the other way, and then run across it and try and solve it.
Do you just remember all that?
I don't. I'm not doing it from memory. I'm doing it from what I think you have to do right now.
Well, I mean, you remember how this all works. Like, I
do remember which way the puzzles move. It's like,
see, like, we don't even get this, huh?
no.
We should.
I think there's a way to walk around, because I think we opened up the door that connects. That's the music from the ending area, because we're close enough to it.
We're close enough to...
That's silly. Damn it, Jonathan Blow. Get good at programming. Such sacrilege.
Oh, man.
I wonder if that shows up, like, if we were to start a game over fresh and go to that area. I don't think it would play that music.
I don't think so either.
I think it only triggers that music when you get down there. Because I feel like we would have noticed that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. This is horrible. You gotta do...
It's moving back for us. Well, that's nice. At
Oh,
least.
okay. I thought I was... I mean, I could have drawn it.
Now, I wonder... There's no way you could be, like, locked out of it. I wonder why they're doing this. This seems oddly nice of them to do.
Oddly nice.
Well, they're not doing it on the other side. That's cool.
What?
It's a weird way to solve that puzzle. You have to have the game help you out in order to do it.
What do you mean?
Because normally you're always on the platform. It's not sending it back to you.
What did I do with that game?
Sexy Brute?
Yeah.
You always do this to yourself.
I don't know what you're talking
Beat
about.
games. Beat them until...
I'm always winning.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, you've been making me shy away from this so long, I doubt we even have credit for solving the puzzle.
For this one?
Uh-huh.
I don't think we've solved this puzzle yet.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna... Do you want to check?
425.
Seriously, fuck this puzzle. I might be able to run up and get one. You 100% it painfully. It's not far off. I don't think we'll be able to get any of the other two though, because by the time that platform gets there, that'll be breaking the path of the lines.
Alright, so you know how to do this, and I know this is really inconvenient, but I actually kind of want to figure it out.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you said the whole thing, but I didn't really understand it.
Alright.
So... that one's simple, so the question is this one. You need to loop all the way around here. Okay, so I'm just going to do the naive thing instead of overthinking it. Gimme. Not gonna get in my way before this one moves out of the way.
I got really scared there for a second. I was like, oh no, you can't do it. Flashbacks of the ship.
Yep.
I think that was the nice circle one that I mentioned before. I was like, oh, that looks really cool. Sweet.
So you both love it and hate it. You love its shape but hate its function?
I hate what you need to do to get it.
I'm sure somebody somewhere could take something we said out of context for some purpose.
It's probably a metaphor for that.
I guess. It's a metaphor for itself.
Metaphor?
It's a good username. Alright, so that's this, which is...
Yep. That's a swoosh one.
a swoosh. So
Those.
these are the ones that we did.
Are there spaces in between them, or are those filled? Are they like pointing downwards, like where the direction is?
I have no idea what you're saying.
Are there puzzles here? It looks like there's not.
Yeah. It looks like there's
So like it's like pointing downwards. Like the puzzle is not, you know, because there's a
Okay, I
space
see.
between them.
I see
you
what
know?
you're saying.
So it's like also telling you.
I guess I was just
height-wise.
looking at the fact that it looks like we got all three, and I was actually also looking at the shape and how it exactly matches the grid of the maze.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one looks
This looks pretty good.
fairly far along. I know that we got to get into our Procerus area.
Which one?
The pro mode in there to really polish this off, so I'd rather go to other ones.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We can do the one that's by the town.
No, you can't. That one you can never. That one you'll never see it as powdered donuts.
Why not?
Because it has the ultimate environmental in it.
Oh, does it?
Yep. I pointed. That's the one I was pointing at earlier.
Okay.
I thought because you said the eclipse one, and I thought you were talking about the sun one.
Gotcha. Interesting. Oh yeah, is that statue out? Is there a flickering light over there? There is a flickering light over there. A phantom. A tree.
All right, give them your philosophical spiels.
Alright. I'm gonna walk around.
No, tell them something interesting.
I won't solve anything, I'm just gonna walk around.
Oh,
I'll-
that kind of walk
I'll
around.
tell them
I thought you meant
things.
wander around my house.
Oh, well, I might do that too.
Please don't.
Who knows what's upstairs? Who knows how many bodies lie there? Alright. Got any questions, chat? This is an AMA situation. Oh, that looks pretty cool. I think I've already wandered around here. That looks like part of a puzzle. one completed. Yeah, we completed that one. And we completed the one over here. So I think there's 6 total. I'm trying to think where some of the other ones are. So the mountain one we're not going to do. The town one we're not going to do. There's a desert one. We could do that one. That one's pretty easy. Appreciate this lake some more. That's where the ship is. Probably got some clams around. I really appreciated that and the color that that is. Oh well. Favorite breakfast food? Tomorrow it's gonna be breakfast tacos, like with refried beans, like mashed potatoes, eggs, bacon. That's great. But it depends. Depends on if you want like savory or sweet. Breakfast tacos, I would say, covers the savory. Sweet, good French toast. If you can make really good French toast, that's good. This is a good environmental puzzle. We should do this one. Trying to remember these. All right.
That's a good thing to focus on, yeah.
Yeah. Because if there's 6 altogether, we have 2 done. There's 2 that we're not going to do, so there's 2 left, and this is one of them. I can't remember what the other one is.
What I'd like to do, I mean, yeah, you can leave, I guess, I mean, it's actually almost 11, but I kind of wanted to get to a point where we were fairly confident we could get through everything else in one more stream.
Okay, yeah. Let's knock out this pillar, and then I might call it after that. Do you know which one you're going for?
I like the idea of this one. I mean, you mean which environmental?
Yeah.
Nope. You ever stood here?
I don't think I have.
Yes, that means there's no environmental. But I like it here.
Spoiler alert.
It's all in the shade. This is nice. I like it here. All right.
Shiny desert. I don't think sand
Favorite
reflects that
breakfast
much
food?
light.
Breakfast, I mean, it's breakfast tacos. It's just, I just don't limit them to breakfast. Oh, there's also a vault down there.
There is.
I know I did the environmental here, that one.
Yeah. So there's 3 left to do on that panel. I know 2 of them.
Okay, I did the one there.
I think you did this one. Yeah, you did this one. One of the shapes looked very vertical. That's the one I don't know where it is.
Then I could also do this.
Yeah. Forced orientation of that, the tetra-shaped one. So this is where remembering what the rule does is super important. This is the one where we only had like 5 puzzles that taught us this rule.
It's over on the wrong side. That look good?
Nicely done.
Was that your solution?
I hadn't solved it, but I was thinking of something else. But
It's probably all the same idea, though.
yeah,
We'll look at that stuff later. Just wanted to get that out of the way. There's got to be a purpose to all of
I
this.
think there's maybe an audio log around here if you keep going along the story. Sure, but I'm not sure. This could be a whole bunch of nothing, but. Dorito puzzle. The most of important things.
Yep. I guess this is the big giant curvature of the environmental here from up there.
Yeah, it is kind of weird the shoreline like wraps around like that. If the only purpose is a Dorito puzzle.
No, there's an environmental there.
The one that we got from the boat?
No,
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I know what we're talking about.
that one. Ta-da. That's always an easy one for me to remember.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot about that. Okay.
Let's see here. I guess I should have looked at the tire stack to know the shapes of what we're looking for.
There's one that's like highly vertical, and there's one that's like a mess.
Okay, so I'm guessing you remember where the mess is.
I remember where the mess is. I want to do the third one. I can give
shaped like a 3.
it's the one on the other side. So those are the two: the mess and the vertical one.
And there's the hook.
Oh, I didn't even see the hook. The one that's
Oh.
a mess. Well, whatever.
Oh, you're saying there's another one
Yeah,
on.
this one.
You know where that is?
This one, I can give a pretty vague hint, maybe, or I can give a hint. That might be vague enough that it would not.
So I'm just asking which ones you know and which ones you don't.
I know that one.
You know that one.
I know the mess one. I don't remember.
You don't
the
know
vertical
this,
one.
and you don't know this.
Yeah. Although, okay, I think I know the vertical one now. The slanted one I don't know, but since there's another slanted one, I think I know. I think I can intuit what it is.
Did I look down there? No. I'm incapable of looking that far down. I
Yeah.
look straight down. Oh, that looks like that would be a thing right there.
What is it?
Looks like you could get like right
Oh, that
in
shadow.
there. In there, seems like there'd be something there. Did all these right?
Yep.
I could go rummage it all inside the building again.
I think the heights are being accurately, like based on where it is in the tire stack. Like I think that's accurate on this one, like it was in the other one.
Okay, so that means there'd be some down here, right? I need to stop trying to just BS my way through this and actually remember some
What the shapes look like.
actual information. Sarjenka, how are you doing?
Hello.
And a mech.
Hello, Mech.
Very similar.
Okay, so the one on the top. Do you remember what the one that's the mirror of it?
Yes, okay, so I can go look for that. Alright. What were these? Were these the ones?
Those are the ones outside. Those are the reflective
Oh,
ones.
yeah, these are the ones underground.
Yeah. That's kind of weird. I no longer stand by what I thought it was altitude based on where that was. That's those are from standing on top of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I no longer feel confident about the order of those things. What's going on in chat? We got a dance party?
Yeah, wondering whether they either they came from the same spot or they. Well, I was gonna say they are the same person. But
Sometimes romance happens. Should just let it happen.
I didn't say I was gonna stop it.
Banned.
What do they call it? PDA in high school.
Public display of dancing, PDD. Yeah, see, that one was there. Then you had the.
So when I did that,
That was a weird sound.
yeah, because I already did it. But I can't go the other direction. There he goes.
Split the difference. I think you need to get closer.
Think it's closer?
Yeah. Ooh. Mm.
Alright, so that's the one that you thought I didn't have to do.
How about this? Do you want to? Can we do the one that's on the other side, and then I'll leave, and then you can search for the mess in the up and down one.
Man, I feel pretty shortchanged right now because you said 12 or 1 yesterday, or the day, or whatever, earlier this week you told me.
Well, so what I failed to take into account is HEB closes at 12:30.
Oh yeah, it depends on which one you go to. Does it have to be HEB?
Huh?
It has to be HEB?
I guess it doesn't have to be HEB.
There's Walmarts all over the place.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, I think we're eventually going to want 100%. Alright, I'm going to give a hint. This environmental puzzle is a payoff to the pottery mechanic that we were looking at earlier.
Yeah, I actually remember thinking that earlier. Because I know that it's this, and you align it with that, and it's just a matter of where you stand. But I don't know if you stand on the roof or.
So this is a really cool puzzle because like I got this one kind of accidentally the first time because I happened to have the right pot
Me
elevated.
too. I didn't know about that other mechanic over here either.
Yeah.
I always got.
And so I went back to it a second or third playthrough, and I couldn't get it because that one wasn't elevated. And so I was like, I know this is where I need to stand for it, but yeah. So I don't know. That's cool. The other, so I don't. Do we talk about how that's like also a representation of binary, like with the pots?
Yeah.
All right. How it's like 0 through 8. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Can't be 0 through 8. That's 9 numbers.
Or sorry, 0 through 8, inclusive exclusive, or
Just say 0 through 7.
Yeah, I could do that. Inclusive both sides. I'll be doubly inclusive. 0 through 7.
We're down to 2. We got half of them. Come on.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I know those two though. I'm not of help anymore.
You got a mess. You got curl around. You know.
Mess and avert. Guess I could give a hint.
Are they the ones that made you confident that you're, or made you no longer confident that your altitude?
I will give you a hint. Is you need to be underground for both of them.
Okay.
And yes, that made me not confident because the bottom two are above ground over there.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm not sure how that's being sorted anymore. It seemed like it had a logic to it, but that doesn't make sense.
Okay, I'm gonna. I don't have to run in these rooms one at a time. I can start in the. Or I don't have to go front to back. I can just. Fuck this room. I don't like it. Maybe one's in there. Maybe one isn't. I'm gonna start in here. Oh, we never did this one, did we? Yeah, I knew about this one.
Down to 1.
Oh, I know this one too.
Alright.
It's right there. Just gotta remember how it works. Alright, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start with that. Just one left on the one tire stack. And he's got a jet, it sounds like. You think we can get...
What's the other obelisk? There's 2 that we've done. There's 2 we can't do, and there's 2 that we can do. This, the one we're about to finish is one of those. Then there's one left. Which one's that one? That was it?
Yeah.
Is there
An
one
entire.
by? Is there? There's one by the jungle. There's one by the the Buddhist temple. That's where the last one is.
Yeah, that one.
We can go look at that one. All right, I got it. Okay, I can hang for a little bit.
All right.
But honestly, you can do environmentals without me, and I would not be heartbroken about it. I did not even complete environmentals on my game of the witness.
Oh, I know, but
Oh, yeah. That's just
yeah,
a
there it
mess.
is. Just got our third
Entire stack.
entire stack.
You know they do
It's
a.
now a stack of powdered donuts.
That's true. They do a special sound effect for the first one you get. You would think they would do a special sound effect for the last one you get.
Yeah.
Not the case. Yet another flaw in this game, Jonathan Blow. Maybe take 8 years next game.
There it is. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty. Somebody
I don't
built
hear
these
anything.
stones at the quarry real quick. Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
they stopped humming. The sound of silence. That's always like a sad effect in video games, like when you 100% like a world or whatever, and then there's just nothing left to do, and it's like, oh, this is like a ghost town now.
This is what I wanted.
I always remember this, especially with like Arkham Asylum. Like you 100% the game, and then it's just like an empty map, and it's just like devoid of all life, because it's like usually like such a fun game where there's like cool stuff in every corner, but once you like clear it all out, it's just like such a lonely feeling. You can hear that.
I feel like there's got to be more on these. I guess that's not what we're concerned about right now.
Temple time.
Ugh, oh god, that's right. Remember we were wandering around the desert? In the forest. Desert forest, same thing.
And
we couldn't find the others, that one, but we got that one.
Yeah.
We could not find this one. There's that one. We got that one.
But we were like a couple rows down from this, and we couldn't find the one there.
Yeah, we couldn't find the one that seemed like it would be.
Well, let's look at the tire stack. Let's see what.
Oh, blocked.
Is it?
Or am I on the? Oh, am I supposed to go this way? Oh, I guess I'm
Yeah.
supposed to go this way. Yeah.
That looks like a tree one.
It's a lot.
Those all look like tree ones.
Got that whole
That's
column.
yeah. The temple's solid. Okay, so we got like 4 facing the jungle. Is the one super long puzzle gonna be on this one?
Super long.
From the boat, the one where you're looking at the yellow stuff.
That's on the one in the town.
Okay.
Yeah, there's actually a couple. There's actually several I can think of we could do for the one in the town, but we can't complete the town.
Yeah.
Do we get the ones that are
I
like?
don't think we got any of the tree ones because.
You say the tree ones, yeah. I kind of remember now. There's.
that... Does that not count?
Apparently not.
For some reason I thought we had gotten some of it.
No, we just did the gaps in the trees, so this is...
That's weird.
How many are there on the trees?
Go back and look at the tire stack.
Got these two new. I don't know.
Alright, so there's 2 more.
If it's pointing to the same thing.
I think that... Is that the one we got? I don't know if that's it. I think that's the one we got, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, it's...
Yeah.
Got that one too. Whoa, whoa. Ah.
The meaning of these puzzles is that nature just always gets in the way of things. Hello, Mr. Gecko. We're pretty far through the game. We beat the game proper, and then we're finishing out like 100%ing it. We've done the town, like the regular puzzles for it. We haven't done environmental puzzles for it.
No, we have not. We have not.
Face the music. No, yeah. We are not mountain kings. We are mere mountain mortals. Oh, that looked close. That's the actual one. That's the one that's actually a thing.
Yeah. And when I'm standing in the other spot, I don't know if I'm just looking at the same thing from a different angle or...
Yeah.
So I guess there's supposed to be a fourth one around here, or is that other shape something else?
What's the shape look like?
Do. You see, it's like I got this one, and that one just now, so I would think that this one would be in the same group.
Yeah, you should load it up and play it again. It's great. It's very line-like. The path, but I don't see any circles. That guy's really high up there.
What is this? There we go. Okay, so that's significantly better progress. 1, 2. Only got 2 left on this one?
I think so.
It's a great way to put it, Gecko. So it's something in that direction, but it's a very odd shape. What was that?
That sound effect?
No, I think I just saw this. Now we're so close to that other one. And if I found one up here, I would think it would go to this one here. And that one goes to the town. This one right here.
Yeah. Was there a circle back in that rock formation?
Which one?
Like, the one that we passed by, like if you look up to the right, I wasn't sure if that, like, gap made a circle. I don't think it does. I was just noticing it looked curved. I wasn't sure if it made a circle or not. I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't think it does. Wishful thinking.
Sometime when running through here, a long time ago, a go-to said something
I think we
along
crossed
the
the river
lines
back
of,
there, by the way.
yeah, it said something along the lines of, you guys missed an obvious one here. I don't know. But because of stream delay, I don't know.
At what point?
Yeah, I don't know exactly where. It seems like an uncommon place to stand. I remember actually drawing that one.
Is there?
Hmm?
That was the one that was like straight on.
Yeah.
Maybe there's another one by that.
By what?
By the one that was straight on.
I got the ones in here, right?
You definitely got one. There might be another one.
Yeah, I thought there were 2 in here, but...
I think you got that circle one. Yeah. Is there another one?
Well, wait, hold on. Oh, that one only lives here, but yeah, there's definitely one that got to go over there.
I think I wanna use that rock, right? Like have this rock cover that part of it, yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
What's the shape again? Get me out of this. Because that's definitely one.
Wait, you don't have to go all the way around, I don't think.
How do I go around? I'll go through this way.
You can't go through that way, but you can go around like that way. I guess it's probably just equally as long.
Wrong side of the... Can't look at it from here. Alright.
I'm surprised you'd have to go all the way around. I guess that's where the separation is.
Yeah.
That's miserable.
Oh, weird. It's from higher up.
Yeah, but I mean that definitely seems like the ending of a line.
Yeah. I don't see anything close.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yes, that's the one that's the other one in that. Yeah, so that has to be the right path.
Just turn around right from here, because it's facing directly that way. Okay. Is there any? Because Is there any way? Yeah. Can you walk
Go
over
here this way? Yeah. That seems better. Yeah, right there. Is this our last one on this?
I think so.
We like rediscovery, Gecko. It's kind of why I waited 2 years before playing it again, so I would forget most of it, or as much as I could. before revisiting it. Do you have any idea what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, you know exactly what that is?
Yeah.
Oh.
You looked at it earlier, too.
Did I assume I already had it, or what? When you say earlier, you mean like right now?
Like within the last 20 minutes. You looked at it, I noticed it, and then you kept going.
Oh, no. That happens a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's what that's one of the things with this game in general, yeah.
We're generally going blind, or I am. He's blind and woke. That's the difference between me and him.
Good sense of hearing. Just this is so annoying. I wish you could put the sound panels back down.
Yep.
Ironically enough, this is something that I feel like would be something that Jonathan Blow would complain about in a game.
Are you the only one
supposed
seeing
to
a
be the
turtle?
Yeah. No, I think it's supposed to be a turtle.
Cool. I discovered the turtle. I wasn't looking for a turtle, but I saw a turtle. I mean, I had no prior knowledge that they put a turtle in the game. I was just like, whoa, turtle.
Never saw the turtle? So much to discover in this game.
Was it when I was over here? No? Yes? Maybe when I was over here, because you're not saying anything.
Alright. I gotta go.
Really?
Must move. Alright. You should keep going, though. You could still do... Because there's still town... Like, I'm totally fine if you do town stuff and mountain stuff.
Solving puzzles?
Yeah. Environmental puzzles. Or not, like, not mountain... Not that stuff, but... Environmental puzzles. I do not care about.
Probably just gonna be stuck here, though.
That could be true.
Is it really that obvious?
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, if you see it, you see it. It's like, I don't know. It's obvious if you know where the puzzle, but if you don't, then it's not. Right?
I mean, it has to be in a different region, right? Because it's... Right, because, like, the similar region... Like, these are all the trees. These are the gaps in the trees. These are in the Buddhist temple. So this is something else.
Which direction is it facing?
That way? Was that a question or was that a hint?
Well, it's a question. But I mean...
Does that seem right to you that it's over there? Because some of these don't seem entirely accurate. Seems like it'd be over here, like...
Looks like Mr. Gecko's playing around and playing along as well. 484 and 123 and 3.
We're a little bit behind that. Not a lot. But we'd have a +4 if I could get one more. He's actually leaving me with exactly one thing to work on. It's the worst possible time. Probably just leave it.
All the time had together. Night chat. Good luck. Witnesses.
Damn it. I don't think I'm gonna get it.
It's weird how they do the texture on the river. Just the texture map. It's just lines.
I really just ran past it. The wrong shape.
Oh, for a puzzle.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I'm looking. I don't know what size I'm looking for. I don't even have a region. I don't know how far it extends.
You have a vague idea, at least. You have a direction and a shape.
The problem is, I don't know where
That tire stack area ends and the other one begins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you make that go down if you just like do that puzzle or whatever?
Yeah, and it could also be something that's like a little gap in something. It could be just like a zzz, or it could be like, oh, it's the river when you zoom way out. So like the fact that it is I bet if you look up my original playthrough, I probably found it.
You have a little bit of knowledge in that this is a different side of the pillar, right? So you know it's not going to be this far or more over.
What?
So on the sides that are adjacent to the puzzle that we're looking for, on the one side we have the one where it's like a straight line and the one overlooking the courtyard, and then the one overlooking the courtyard on the other side, right? So we know that it's going to be, if we're looking at the pillar now, we know it's going to be to the left of that. And then to the left of the one that we're looking for was all the tree puzzles that we solved. So we know it's going to be to the right of that.
Yeah, so this seems like the right region right here. I think. Hello, Morkovka. Morkovka? See, like that right there, I can tell that's the thing. Does one have anything like that at least? Or probably just give up. See, now I'm back over at the wrong thing. That looks like a thing. Well, I haven't been over here, so it's not here, huh? Okay. Well, if you gotta leave, you gotta leave. I just might not be able to do that one. I know several others on the other tower, so.
Alright, I will watch the rest of this. Probably when I get home. Alright, thanks for having me.
Sure thing.
Night stream. Night shady.
Good night.
Night Joey.
Cannot for the life of me find this. The last one, I've been trying to find this last one on this, the last like 20 minutes. That shape right there, because it's in a different region than these, but it's just like, it's apparently, because here's the ones with all the trees. So like all these, I have like that one right there. Right? Missing the bottom ones. Is that the one I just showed you? No. Okay, yeah. I just knocked out all 4 of those right now, so I know which one you're missing there, but I won't tell you. Sick of this region in particular. I just don't like it very much. Mainly because this jumping in the way. Have that one. I see no such thing. I don't like how the pacing is not synchronized with the sounds. It's like do. What? They tell me there's one more in this area. It almost looks like that's half a one. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Hello? Okay. Looks like I'm back. Okay. So it goes like this. And I cannot find it for the life of me. Yep, that's what I just did. And I'm sure it ain't down here, because I wasn't down here earlier tonight. Whatever it is, it's just not jumping out for me. It's just not. It's not. I'm not seeing it. Hey, buddy. Gonna calm down now? Come on up. Alright, I'm done. I'm not gonna find it. Not gonna find it. So I got one of these. I know there's more to be had. I'm not actually sure which, if either of those matter. Might actually be fine to go here. Okay, so that one probably needs to go the other way. Oh no, did I miss it? Okay, looks like I'm still in for now. I got the upper one before, but I never took the time to do the lower one here. What the hell? Why didn't it cooperate? Why did it do that to me? It always seems to be a problem. That one doesn't make that same zap kind of noise that it did, I think, when I was on the upper level. Okay, so this is where I screwed it up before. Let's see if it jumps this time. Why? Go, go, go! Did I never solve that way back at the beginning? It's weird. So it does not want to get through here. It doesn't want to jump from there to the next part. Right now. Go, 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 go. Who knows? We're gonna go quite a bit slower this time. See if that makes a difference. Looks like I'm out of beer. I got a little left. There it goes. I don't know, I'm missing one on the... I can't find the last one for a totem over there. Crap, I don't know which one of these I need. Four 428, 116. There you go. What's funny is I think I put off solving a lot of the puzzles at the very beginning, and I just realized I never went back and did them, so I guess we could do some of those. Oh, there's a lot of extra stuff, especially the when you go pro on the mountain. Did I ever? No, I never even did this one. How about that? Let's do this. I have 3 of these. Can't start here because of that and that. This would force both of these. This would force both of these, so it looks like you have to do this. Never did that. No, we're gonna save that for next time. And also things like this, I'm supposed to be memorizing these, I'm not. I'm just getting in here and then leaving. See, look at this. I never did this. So... No, because I don't want to Alt-Tab out of the program right now. Did this, right? Is this where I want to be? No. I don't think this is where I want to be. Back here is where I want to be. Okay, so I did get that. Yeah, see, I never did a basic puzzle like this. Just never got around to coming back here. Do I want to go back in there? Not really. Although, just remembered, I think I'll reopen that, right? Or no, maybe I don't. Well, see, the other thing is I'm conflicted about those recordings because I remember a long time ago. Maybe it's all resolved. I don't know. I just remember people reporting that people were having their YouTube videos taken down with copyright strikes and shit like that because they were playing those movies inside their YouTube videos. It's some kind of copyright something or other. So I'm conflicted. It's like, do I play these videos or not? Maybe I shouldn't. So I always look at those patterns and I'm just like, I'd rather do something else. Oh yeah, that one. Okay. So now what? Oh, that's right. There's another one over here. Is this the one that I needed? No, can't be. No, this is going to count toward the town. Go ahead and knock this one out too. I guess I could show you. It's not terribly inconvenient right now, actually, for me to go ahead and look at. Oh, another one that would be good for me to do right now, even though it would be really, really awful, would be the ship. Should probably try the ship puzzle. Ah, it's so far away. How do I move on from here? Is this right, or did I need to move past the... Thought this would be far enough. Crap, I don't know. It's close. Okay. Alright. $432, $118. Can't navigate for shit right now. Alright, hold on. That one. I don't know what that is. And I'm trying to avoid spoilers too. But man, that's frustrating. Like, it's really starting to get on my nerves. I actually have a feeling that I found that one easily. God, I'm in hell right now. Okay. Okay. See, this one right here, this is town territory for some reason. Oh, I thought that it at least opened up. So I don't know how far that region extends. How about this? Which side of the river do I need to be standing on? Still looks like that should be part of it right there. Because I've been told that I've walked right past it. I just haven't seen it. See, I've done this. And like the one right here, or wherever it is, here maybe, yeah, whatever. And those are on a different side of the tire stack, right? So it's like on over there. So it feels like it's got to be around here. Which part is on the right track? When I'm pulling back on this side of the Buddhist temple. Yeah, so it feels like... The other thing that's annoying, like, when I look at the clouds, I guess if I stand over here and I look at the clouds, and that goes to the town one, like, in determining where it is it where I'm standing, or where the illusion is? Because often the illusion, the pattern can be drawn with things at different distances, so... It seems like it should point to where I'm standing, not necessarily to where the pattern is. But I don't know that. I honestly can't remember if I traced that or not already. I think I did. Yeah, that's part of this. Is it part of these trees again? Like I just drew 4 patterns on these green lines on these trees. Okay, well, then I don't care for it as much because it's a shitty pattern. I don't like these as much as a lot of the other environmentals. Actually, I'm going to go back. Where am I going back? Maybe I'm not. Wherever I am right now, I guess is where I'll be. Okay, so... No. Hold on. So I see this. Powdered donuts? The easy ones? Right, so the 3 I have left are this. I have this. And then, of course, the town, because you have to, and then the mountain, right? The town and the mountain are the hard ones. And then that. So I have the other 3 complete. Well, you can't ever actually see it be completed. Just kind of by the nature of it. It's kind of a mega spoilery thing, but there's kind of a bigger secret embedded in that particular one. Looking at this. That looks like a thing. Is it there? It looks like it. Oh no. Wow. That's really fucking hard. Don't take what I said out of context. Okay, so yeah, you're right. Okay, hold on. Yeah, you can go this way. I was looking for something completely not in that in that kind of range. All right, +4. See, this one still makes a sound. 432, 119 +4, or +119 +4. So that's technically only 16 environmentals left. All right, so I believe I've opened 4 of the vaults. Just thinking. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. All right. What was I gonna do? 432, 119. Did you find yours yet, Gecko? You said you were trying to find this one? I just had a thought. What? Okay. So what's over here? No, I just need to go over here right now. Not there. Dirt. Alright. Here we go. Actually not that many left here, but I can't finish this tonight because I can't do the challenge mountain, and I'm pretty sure at least one of those is in there. I think I opened 4 vaults, right? So you have the one at the beginning, you have the one right here in the jungle, you're talking about the challenge. Yeah, I'm avoiding the challenge tonight. I'm not doing that. What was I gonna say? There are 6 vaults, right? So you got, well, I was counting on my fingers somewhere. Beginning, jungle, desert, and the mountain. Those are the ones I've opened up. Now I know that there's the ship that I have not opened. Maybe I should try doing that tonight, as ugly as it is. And then, hold on. Wait, don't tell me. There's just one that I'm forgetting, but that's the one I think I haven't opened yet. So I'm gonna wander around until I remember which one that is, because I'm sure I could find it. Oh, there's only 5? I thought for sure there were 6. That's the most disappointing answer that's possible. Huh. Really? So that means I have to do the ship now. Oh no! Okay, so you're saying there's 6. This is the way to know. Right there. The fact that there are 6 screens here means there are 6 vaults. Okay, so... Okay. Oh. Alright. So you're both right, effectively. I think that of the 3 of us, I was the most wrong. Because I thought there was just another one out here. This way. Nope, this way. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Whoops. Did I do this right? Yes. See what I can remember about this. Yup. Yup, we're here. Alright, just let me listen. Okay, so the drips seem pretty regular. They actually do seem to fit a low, middle pattern. So that seems fine. Yeah, the reason why I would, the first go. The reason I would challenge that is that the first go, you don't even realize it's a challenge, right? You just start solving puzzles and you realize it backs you up. You have to, if we don't count that and realize, oh, this is a speed challenge, then that's pretty amazing and maybe possible in the fringes, right? If you give 1,000 people the game, maybe one out of those 1,000 people will be able to do it. But that first run, nobody's going to because you don't know it's a challenge. Nobody on a blind run is going to look at the challenge the first time through and realize it's a challenge. You have to fail the challenge before you even know that there's a timer. Now, I'm hearing low drip, middle drip, middle drip. That seems fine. So I want to get here before I get to these, I guess. But actually that doesn't, but it could be anywhere in the cycle. How do you know what part of the period you're in? But it's not the tone, right? It's the cycle, right? So if I'm hearing down, up, up, just shift the cycle and it's suddenly up, up, down. Shift it again and it's up, down, up, and we have no information, right? So where's the beginning and where's the end? Right? Like even if it wasn't sounds and you just had somebody telling you low, middle, middle, right? You still wouldn't know which one was the start. That's the problem. My memory is actually that it does this at first, but that's... And I don't know what that is. That's just a big cluster frack of... This also seems to imply that there are 3 different types of sounds. Um, sure, yeah. Apparently, some people have made sense of this. I almost feel like I did before somehow. Can definitely tell the cycle on it. I just don't know where the cycle begins and ends. And also how that translates to, I guess, 3 different sounds. Let's see what you're looking at here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what you want me to say about it. I mean, I have thoughts, but I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want. What? For some reason, my memory says it starts like this, but I. Sure. Okay, so maybe I just had it flipped in my mind. Yay! I don't know what I did there. Oh, that's funny. Alright, so... it's kind of neat looking there. Otherwise done everything on the ship though. Just kind of liking being on a ship. I'm really trying to parse your sentence. Sounds interesting. Yeah, I don't know how that came out top us go right there. It's fascinating. Oh, this doesn't lead anywhere, does it? Right, I was just having fun on the ship like I was before. You can see my shadow way over there. Oh, I see it. It's kind of like the turtle, the other place. Yeah, I remember looking at this and thinking this has the shapes of some environmentals, but that's not what's going on here. Alright, so... Yep, there's a lot of that. Okay. Now what? I'll look at this again real quick. Why did I come up here? Why did I do that, guys? Oh, I guess I could go back there and... No. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that right now. Now that's interesting. What is this? These two were done on the boat, and this is right underneath. That makes me almost think that perhaps that one is also on the boat. I hate these. Hold on. Does my memory serve me here? Oh, yeah, I want to do that next time. Except that looks like something obvious. Yeah, I think I'll do it next time. Oh, can do these though. Let's do these. That's weird, because you're kind of stuck with these. It's so weird with these two open. This one is way harder than the other one. I mean, at least gets that and that together. Spinning around. Forgot to do that. Did I get that one? Maybe I didn't get that one. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Huh. I think that's one that I had, like, thought of even, like, way back at the beginning, and it was like, yeah, I'll do that. Then I never did. there's that right there. And we can't do it this way. Okay. That whole chunk of the island seems strange because it's like it has. Whoops. Like no puzzles and no environmentals. What is that? What do I see there? What did I say that was correct? I think I said several things. That's what I saw. God damn it. I'm glad you just said it outright. You must be like, wow, look at the shadow. But could have put something else here. Did I play this? I think I did, but...
O Lord God, helper of those who seek you, I see you in the garden of paradise, and I do not know what I see, because I see nothing visible. I know this alone, that I know that I do not know what I see, and that I can never know. I do not know how to name you, because I do not know what you are. Should anyone tell me that you are named by this or that name, by the fact that one gives a name, I know that it is not your name. For the wall beyond which I see you is the limit of every mode of signification by names. Should anyone express any concept by which you could be conceived, I know that this concept is not a concept of you, for every concept finds its boundary at the wall of paradise. Should anyone express any likeness and say that you ought to be conceived according to it, I know in the same way that this is not a likeness of you. So too, if anyone, wishing to furnish the means by which you might be understood, should set forth an understanding of you, one is still far removed from you. For the highest wall separates you from all these, and secludes you from everything that can be said or thought, because you are absolute from all the things that can fall within any concept. Nicholas of Cusa, 1453.
Whoa, that tree just popped up. Or was I supposed to pull through? Crap. This may not be far enough. I may need to continue on over there. I thought of it that way. No! Damn it. What? Okay. I think I struggled with this other one over here last time too. Okay. Get a little bit more. Yeah. Maybe still a little bit more. It's just a noisy car outside. Alright. $435, 121. I think I'm gonna call it a night right here, actually. I've been streaming since I think 4 o'clock this afternoon. Somewhere around there, so good 8-9 hour stream. I think this is yeah, I think that's the right time to call it. Pretty good run. I guess I got... Oh, hey Thomas, terrible timing. I'm just about to shut it off. 88 and 14 left. Maybe that's possible to marathon in a day. We'll see. Maybe next week. I think we'll gun for that. But yeah, I think it's about it for me tonight. So, sorry, Thomas. Yeah. Well, it happens. But I think I'm done. So, good night, everyone. And hopefully I will see all of you next week.